Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get my version of getting healthy is like so much different.
Cosmic apples. How's that
It's
going?
also the apples are good. It's just like there's a sort of like a just like a different math to fitness
Yeah.
when you're like really overweight.
You look
'Cause
like
it's
that French guy right now in that movie, like the transporter villain or whatever. I forget his name is. He's got like the little, he's a French guy. He wears that sort of cap. He's got a little thin
um
mustache.
you talking about the pedophile movie?
No, 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 no.
Leon?
Let me look it up.
Was Jean Reno and Natalie Portman. When I was a kid, John Reno was in a video game.
Yeah, yeah, you nailed it, dude. Yeah, that's exactly who you look like right now. You look like John Reno and the Leon and the Professional, dude. If he let himself go a little bit, you got the glasses, you got the beard coming in, you got that slick beanie on top of your head. Is that
Not
like
really a beanie.
a newsy cap on backwards?
It's a newsy cap on backwards.
Yeah,
Yes.
whatever they're called, the Scully is. Yeah,
Like a cab cap or whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
The it's usually worn by like bald guys or guys who are going
I
bald.
have
But
one. I live outside Boston. They give you one at 18. They're like, here you go. You have to wear this.
I think it's just a fun hat. I went to I forget where it was. Some I was at the like I think it was like downtown Fort Worth or in the stockyards years ago, and I found a store that specialized in like sheepskin wallets or something.
That's
Anyway, they also
very
had
niche.
hats.
It's very,
Yeah,
very niche.
they also had hats.
Yeah.
And so I bought this hat there. It was like a
Sounds like something
70.
on The Simpsons. A sheepskin wallets and hats
Yeah,
emporium.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was like all like the gist of the store, like their selling point or what they specialize in was like sheepskin leather. But then they also had hats.
Yeah.
And so I got at the time I got a really nice leather wallet, and then I bought this hat, and it's like a $70 hat. And you know what? I'll say this: a good hat is a worthwhile investment
Yeah.
if
I
you
have
can
like a
keep up with your
$70
hats.
Stetson hat that's like that. And I can't find a replacement anymore. It's probably like 2 decades old, but the new ones aren't the same like quality and craftsmanship. So they just don't fall right. So when I put them on top of my head, they look like a beret. And I don't like it. They don't like cling, they don't fold, they don't break into your head or whatever.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
this hat fits is real comfortable and it's very durable. Like it's survived the elements over the years.
Yeah.
So it's one of my favorite hats.
I just found out, genuine leather. Maybe I'm just white trash. But when something
Genuine
says this is
leather.
genuine leather,
Yeah.
didn't you think that meant like this is really good? You're gonna like this.
With that or it's a brand name.
I didn't know. No, so like it's something to trick you. It's an advertising. Genuine leather just means the lowest quality of leather there is.
Oh, so it's like Marlboro specials where they say it's
Yeah.
like a special cigarette, but it's just like all the fucking shavings off the floor that they mix together.
Yeah, so it used to be like rated by like A, B, C, D or whatever, and then no one would buy stuff that like the average person couldn't afford it. So they would make fake stuff and no one bought it. So then they put genuine leather instead of like low quality leather. And then
Yeah.
everybody's like, oh, this is genuine leather. And it was just a marketing thing. I only found out about this maybe like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So big
Well, I mean,
leather strikes again.
yeah, the folks at Big Leather are manipulating us.
Yep.
Well, I think
fell for it.
the quality of everything is degrading so much that even just shitty leather is better than probably like most of what anyone's buying for clothes
Yep.
nowadays. That's why we gotta do the tariffs, dude. That's why we're doing the tariffs so we can get back to good quality merchandise.
I was going through my emails prior to this, and I put it up on X or whatever. But like Volvo sent me an email because I've I own Volvo. It's the only brand. And I thought it was going to be a big, like, we're raising the price. Fuck you to Trump. And instead, it actually says these tariffs will impact Volvo cars as a majority of Volvos are sold in the US and Europe. And I was like, whoa. And then they said, but we're going to transfer zero cost and we're going to actually eat the tariffs ourselves. So it won't impact the seller.
Wow.
So all that meant to me when I read it is it's like they're trying to spin it, but it's like, oh, you make a lot of profit off us. And so it doesn't matter. You've already hiked up the price. Your profit margins aren't that tight. You're able to eat tariffs and write them off.
But I mean, even for that's still impressive, just considering how much companies have gotten away with over the years. Like how little they're willing to bend on anything.
Volvo's pretty cool. Like they've been ahead of safety for a long time, and they never patent their safety stuff so everybody could have it. And they actually got in a big fight with BMW because Volvo had invented side impact airbags and didn't patent them on purpose so that they would be available to all car companies to put them in vehicles. And they just figure we're so far ahead of the technology and we put so much research into this, no one will be catch us either. Anyways, BMW changed the airbags by just a little bit and tried to patent them. And then like cut everybody else out. So there was a big lawsuit for that about a little bit. And luckily BMW lost and they weren't able to.
So Volvo is trying to better the lives of all humanity.
I don't know about that, but I've been with them for a long time and they've had some policies like that for a while. Like, they were going to try to do full EV by 2020, but they came out and said that it was actually hurting the environment more than helping it, that the hybrid cars are better right now because of the mining and stuff. And then they also are making vegan cars where all the glues, all the leathers have been moved out. So when you buy a car, there's no animals. You'll still hit bugs and run over and hit deer and stuff in the car, but the car itself is not using any animal products. They took away the wood. They'll use bamboo if they use any wood in their car. So they've been doing like all this stuff over the years. Granted, a brand new Volvo is like $80K now. So even to get them used, it's
that's like two Warhammers.
Yeah, it is. Hey, for those people I forget his name. I wish I was like you and Big J with names because I could make a really good joke about that actor that does Warhammer. Right
Henry
now.
Cavill.
Yeah. All right, let's rewind this. Henry Cavill would love that joke, Dalton.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny that a new Volvo is $80,000, and that's about what it costs to get into Warhammer 40K. That's about like the entry point to play Warhammer.
Bro,
I looked into it because I was like, what is I didn't even really have any interest in playing it.
Yeah.
I just had always seen that store at the mall, the Games Workshop, and there was just like, fat, smelly dudes in there doing Warhammer. And
you're like, this looks like my people. This might be my church.
Honestly, you would think that's like my thing for sure, but I'm a different.
It's my thing. So I'm making fun of you, but literally it is my thing. And I do play those games and I have been into those places.
I'm a different kind of fat, smelly dude. Like the things I'm into are definitely for fat, smelly dudes, but I never got into Warhammer, and I was just like looking into it one day, and it's like very prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
It's so much money. And it's a lot of work on your part because it's like if you were to play like most games you play is you go to work and then you make money and then you trade that money for a game or whatever you need to play a game, right? For Warhammer, it's like you got to spend like thousands of dollars on all these like figurines and shit. And then to be able to use them, or the only way they'll be accepted at a fucking Warhammer game or a place is if you actually paint them.
Yeah.
So now you got to like figure out how to fucking paint these things. And I'm just like, well, I'm not that kind of craftsman. I would not know how to do all that.
So I used to play D&D a lot with some of my friends, and we were like broke at the time. So like we saved up and we had bought like a mat, and they have these like really nice like 6x6 mats that like go over a full dining room table that are like got little squares on them, like a grid, so you can move around. And then you would buy pewter things that you could paint for your characters, and then there was dragons and stuff. But we couldn't afford all that, so you would draw on this map, and it was like an erase. You could erase it. So we'd basically draw the trees and stuff like that, and have a couple of pewter figures that you paint. And they're tough to paint, and they're super pricey. And we only had like maybe 10 or 15 different like things, and we just made use of them as we could. But with Warhammer, you're basically doing that with hundreds.
Yeah, Warhammer, because
of items.
D&D you can play with just the paper and like your character sheet and dice.
Yeah, you could literally just put like marbles or rocks where your character was or whatever.
Yeah, D&D is very theater of the mind. I think Warhammer is like there's like space, there's like spatial geometry. It actually like factors in the landscape, like the space between the fucking figurines and shit. And
Did you ever? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, so yeah, so it's very much dependent upon like owning an army of these like little fucking whatever they're made out of, the actual space marines and goblins and orcs and whatever, and they're just like insanely expensive.
Yep.
It's not a game that I don't know how anyone gets into.
Well, movie stars play it, like we talked about earlier. It's for movie stars.
They get the last guy to play Superman can afford it. I don't know how. Just like I don't understand the store at the mall is a mystery because like,
I don't understand how any of these guys at all afford their lifestyle. Like when I see, I mean, maybe not having women in your life is like
it's just gotta be like you know, just a miserable amount of debt. Just like
you think all these like these nerds, all these like nostalgia nerds are just extremely in debt.
They must just have like a rotation of credit cards that they're just going to be paying off forever. Because I don't understand it either. Like,
I don't know. I think they also might be like autistic when it comes to like Pokemon and Magic cards and all this stuff, because I see some of them in these videos where they're like buying these decks and resell. Like I'm selling Pokemon right now, and I get them wholesale for like $16. I can only get like 5 at a time of different ones, and they sell for $54.99 online almost instantly.
Yeah.
So if they can figure that out, they can make a lot of money. But the people that are paying the $54.99 have got to be in this rotation of debt, because you're buying cardboard. But even them, they can open the packs. They know it's pricey. They send it to PSA and they get it graded, and it's worth like $500.
So I don't know. A lot of these guys, I don't even know if they're trying to sell any of this stuff. Like
they do a lot of trading and stuff and trade up. So I think it's about screwing. It's kind of like meme coins. They're basically doing small rug pulls on everybody because they get a card for cheap and they sell to somebody and they take the difference and then they buy Warhammer with it.
There's also the guys who just like to collect things. Like there are guys who will just buy stuff they have to put on a shelf.
Well, like Thugless does that. From Civil Revelry. Yeah. But like he interacts with all that. So he likes to get the old game systems, like, but he actually plays the games and stuff for his entertainment. So instead of spending another $100 to go out to dinner and stuff, he's like, I'll have a Nintendo 64. Like I'm all set. I'm going to go play this game that I paid $60 for 10 years ago. And it's an endless stream of entertainment for me.
Yeah, none of us could have predicted that. Like when I was a kid and you had a Nintendo 64 or GameCube or PlayStation 2 or whatever, by the time the next thing came out, you know, all the games you had been playing up till that point, they're old. And so it's like, well, these are fucking worthless now. So I'll trade in all this shit.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone saw the secondary.
I did. We talked about this. I was young Sheldon.
You did. I guess
with all my stuff. I didn't keep it though because I was doing it out of like OCD. I was just like,
just
oh,
weird.
I paid this much for it. I'd never want this to go to waste. I'm going to keep it good. And then years later, somebody that would buy it from me, and I was fine with that. I had no interest in replaying, and I will play the emulator.
Yeah, it's
But
just
I was just like, I guess I'm kind of Jewy in that way, that I was just so cheap that I want this to be perfect forever, including the receipt.
yeah, it's such a weird feeling. Like when I go online and somebody posts like that they're at a some game store, some video game place, and they spotted like a copy of Marvel versus Capcom 2 that's like $200.
Yeah.
So the store is selling it for, and it's such a weird feeling because I'm like, yeah, I had that game. I don't even know. I don't even know where it went. But I had that one. I had all the games that like people will now go spend like way more than what it cost new when it came out.
I needed the money at the time, so I wish I hadn't done it. But I had the gold Nintendo 64 with the gold Zelda pre-order and the gold controller. I had placed an order for all that, and I ended up selling it. I wish I would kept that because those two games are pretty much just being able to plug in the original 64 and play both those Zelda games would be worth having. But I guess I could just rebuy them now, the cheap versions, the non-gold, or maybe use an emulator. There was a kid sitting next to me, and he has a phone, and he was playing the original, or one of the original Game Boy Pokemon things on his phone. Maybe it wasn't Pokemon. It's the one where you walk around.
That's every one of them.
But no, but it wasn't. But it was like it was like a Zelda type one where you look down. That's every Pokemon.
That's all of them up until pretty recently.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, the first ones that came out were red and blue, and they all looked like that up until I think the ones that on the Switch. So up until like a few years ago is when they changed it. But yeah, prior to the Nintendo Switch, all the Pokemon games, aside from like the spin-offs like Pokemon Stadium or whatever, but like the main Pokemon games, was like a top down, and he had a little guy, and you walk around some tall grass, and it would go, and then
kind of like the original Final Fantasies.
Yeah, where it's just like a random encounter would happen, and then you would have to fight like a mouse.
I played Pokemon Go, and I was really enjoying it. And it was getting me out of the house, and I was dating a woman that was younger than me. She got me into it. So we would like pretty much every day after she got out of work, just find a park and walk around the park and play Pokemon Go together. And it was like some of the best quality time I ever had with a relationship was ignoring each other, playing Pokemon Go, and like, holding your phone up, and like you see the river behind it, you could do like the see-through instead of the digital background.
She was waiting for your ass to Pokemon Go to the Jared Gallery of Jewelry.
She was not.
Buy a fucking ring, dude.
Actually, I probably should have. I probably should have. Like, how do I know now, looking back at the women that were in my life, that I was like, not that I was like I could do better. I just didn't realize like I've dated some really good women at the time, and there was flaws in them, but I'm like, I have flaws too, and I should have noticed my flaws. But anyways, we played a lot, and then it kind of just ruined because we would be at the park, and then we'd see people driving around, right? Because we'd be standing next to like an arena doing the battles.
Yeah.
Because you'd win over these there's like 3 groups or whatever. You probably know better than me. But anyways, then we started seeing people driving in their cars, and all they were doing was driving their cars around really slow in the parks playing Pokemon Go instead of walking.
I never got into it. I was
we were like, well, we were out like walking miles a night and like chasing down Pokemons, and sometimes we would run, and it was just like fun and like childlike. And then like adults were like just in their cars being lazy, like driving and like going like, you could see them going like this in the dark, like throwing the ball.
When Pokemon Go came out, I downloaded it and I remember like playing it, and I was like, oh, the point of this game is to actually go out into the world and walk around and find Pokemon. That's not what I'm interested. The reason I like Pokemon is it scratches that like very autistic itch where I want to like grind. I want to fucking catch a thing and then just walk around tall grass for the next like 5 hours and do battles and level up and then watch it evolve.
So that's what we did, but you do it in real life and you actually have to go to the places. So like we would find different parks that we liked. We liked Roger Williams Park in Providence, Rhode Island the best. So it's just
I'm not trying to go places. I'm trying to sit in my room and I'm just mindlessly, endlessly walking around tall grass in the Pokemon game, trying to get this fucking Machamp leveled up to a Machamp. I want to see it with more arms.
It was really a magical time. It wasn't Robbie Goodwin that maybe it was Broseph. Somebody tweeted out like we need Pokemon Go. Maybe it was me actually, but somebody tweaked my brain because I read their post. But like,
well, I saw that. I'm this is not a joke. I think Mecca is like has a gym. I think if you take your iPhone to Mecca, it's like a Pokemon Go location, like that big black cube they got there. You gotta go to the cube.
You have to go talk to Jambi, and he's like Mecca, Lecca, Mecca.
Yeah, you gotta go to the Muslim. You gotta go to the Islam cube to get the special thing.
You have to convert to Islam and circumcise your wife so you can get the final form of Snorlax or whatever. Yeah.
You gotta. There's like a few things you have to do to get to the cube and unlock the whatever it is, whatever the exclusive thing is for the.
Well, this was so wholesome though because you would run into other couples, other individuals that were also playing. And just like start up conversations or whatever. But your phone in Pokemon Go is kind of like a dog at a dog park. So people that normally can't talk to one another could kind of like, you could either have a conversation with the person or you could have a conversation around the person talking about Pokemon. So that they could use their autism to still be in the real world. So I thought it was an interesting idea. I would love, one thing that I miss about having friends that aren't married with kids and stuff is just having like weekly tabletop games. Like we would just play these really in-depth, like
those are fun.
Magic or mystery type things. I never did Catan, but I did a ton of like $100, $200 board games that we'd play for months on end.
Catan is great because you could bang out a game of Catan in like an hour.
Yeah, these games, we would usually get 2 of them in a night. And they'd be about an hour to 90 minutes each. And we would just like drink, have snacks, and just play this game. And like jokes come up and everybody's got their, their quirks. Like somebody's just slow and high. So they're like reading the directions all slow. And you're like half role playing, half busting their balls. It's a lot of fun. It's just so much... I don't know. You just get a lot of positive energy after hanging out with your boys in real life.
I just saw something, and it's no matter. It seems to be like no matter what race you are or faith, that the expression for like when a place is the place for a thing, everyone will. Like the go-to is to say like this place is the Mecca for blank. Like when like Rogan will say like Austin is the Mecca for comedy or like if you're I don't know, like if you're what's another, like San Francisco was the Mecca for
anal sex.
For anal sex or you know what I mean?
Boston is the Mecca for racism.
You get it. But everybody will say,
I get it.
Like and it's like there's I can't think of any other example.
But Mecca used to be all religions. It used to be that's where Christ and Muhammad hung out. So it was multiple religions at first.
They were like Toad and Frog.
Yeah, like everybody was just hanging out there being like cool. They're like, oh, there's this fat dude here. They rub Buddha's belly. And you know what I mean? I thought like all the religions did go to Mecca and it just became a Muslim thing afterwards, like a Muslim protected area. But I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I think Mecca is also like open to all religions, supposedly, or they
I don't
lure
know,
you
man.
there.
I would feel like I would feel a little nervous.
Yeah.
Going to Saudi Arabia.
Oh. But when I was afraid of black people in New Orleans, Dalton's afraid of getting beheaded by Muslims.
Yeah, I would.
Yes, it's a real fear. You should be, Dalton.
I am a little apprehensive to go to Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I'm apprehensive to go to Dubai. When these women are like, "Oh yeah, some prince told me he'd give me," and OnlyFans is like, "Oh, they were going to pay me $30,000 to go to Dubai," and like, "Oh, she ended up dead in a porta potty." It's like, yeah, that's what I would expect would happen if somebody from Saudi Arabia told me to come to their country.
Yeah, Dubai seems like an affront unto God. Like it's a, Dubai's like this unholy abomination that might have like opened up our world to like evils and consequences of which we're still unaware. That man's to manifest man's hubris in such a way might have actually created like some kind of shift in our existence.
I have the white dress and the head wrap, the kataf and the qatar or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I feel like if I went to Dubai, I could rock that. And if I didn't talk, if I just walked around ignoring everybody, I could like get a good look into everything. But I also feel like if they tried to talk to me and I was American and I knew nothing about being Muslim, that they would then be upset and try to like cut my head off.
Well, I don't even know what's like. So what's there is like they got the building from that one Mission Impossible movie.
So it's supposedly really safe because it's, how like on Always Sunny in Philadelphia, they're like, we take them out on the boat and they have sex with us because of the implications.
Yeah.
Well, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, they're like, yeah, it's super safe. You can leave your laptop out. No one causes any crime. But it's like, yeah, because if you do any of that, they literally like kill you. If you steal something, they like cut your head off. So it's like, yes, it's peaceful because of the implications.
Right. Yeah, because it's still like a very like.
But there's no taxes. The way they set it up is it's through tariffs and corporations. So corporations pay these big fees, and real estate people pay these big fees to own property and stuff there. And then that pays for everything. So the average person doesn't have to pay any taxes or sales tax or whatever. There's no usury, supposedly. But if you steal something, like I said, they pretty much murder you.
Yeah. It seems like it's still like just as oppressive as like any other one of these countries I saw on Fox News.
It's all trade-offs, though. It's like you can live in a super safe place like Japan or Dubai, but just know that if you fuck up, if you mess up and steal or shoplift by accident or whatever, they're going to kill you. But the trade-off is there's no shoplifting. Or you can leave your jewelry out and it's not going to get stolen because whoever steals it gets murdered.
It doesn't even look like a fun place. Like every video I've seen in Dubai, well, first off, like any video I've seen in Dubai where it's like somebody doing like a travel vlog, they appear to be making the video under some kind of duress.
Yeah, like Sneeko. Sneeko looks like there's the guy off stage that looks like me.
Yeah, like just
holding a rifle. Holding a rifle.
Pointing a fucking rifle at him.
Yeah. So here's the trade-off, though.
Who's doing good ass travel shit right now? Who's like the new
Ari Shafir?
No.
Oh.
Dude, the guy who's like
Speed,
dude.
Yeah.
Did you see the shit that he's been doing in China?
I was gonna say, I saw that because I reposted it, so I looked into it. His people set that up. So like his people.
You mean all those racist pranks?
Yeah, they gave those props. I don't even mean
that. I was just like
buying the phones and stuff, seeing those new phones and getting a tour of like to see the technology and stuff is pretty cool.
Hold on. I will say the racist pranks have been very fun.
They are, but
dude,
just know those his people gave the Chinese guy the KFC bag with the banana in it to hand to him, which was hilarious. And then told the Chinese guy to go. And then another Chinese guy handed him a KFC bag opened up like you hold flowers in a bouquet with cotton in it on the vine for him to pick.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was staged. Like I don't think Chinese people who have like never even interacted with black people have like refined their racism to that level yet.
I will tell you, I just played poker until 4 a.m. last night with a bunch of rich Asians. Time of my life. They all drink. They all laugh. We're super racist. We were joking around last night because they kept saying, oh, 4 Asians in the pot, 5 Asians in the pot. And one guy was like getting nervous about like the race stuff. And so he's like, why do you have to say Asian all the time? And he's like, you guys are being kind of racist. And I'm like, it's kind of race-ish, ISH. And we were all like dying laughing. They kind of like have a comfortability with race.
Right.
And so they don't mind. But anyways, I do think that Asian people are racist in that way, but I also know that those are set up because I looked it up online.
Because
they got me with the banana one, but once I saw the cotton one, I looked it up because I was like, where would you even get cotton on a vine to give to him?
But a KFC bag with a banana in it is like, it's too good for it to be. It's such a funny joke that's like, I don't think just like some random Chinese guy did this.
Well, so at first when you see Speed, you're like, oh, he's just overreacting idiot, and you think he's like Kai. But the more you look into Speed, I'm like, oh, he's actually really good. He sets a lot of this bullshit up. When he jumped over that Lamborghini and he did that on a live stream, they played with the depth and they set it all up to do it live, and he practiced fake jumping over a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And it looks like he does because of the angle or whatever. So he's like, kind of like, I mean, I'm going to use an extreme example here, but he's kind of like Norm Macdonald in the fact where he's playing way dumb, but he's actually doing a lot of stuff on a high level.
Harmony Korine said he's the modern day Tarkovsky.
Who's that? Ivy Woke's cousin, dude?
I mean, I don't even know.
Like something
Tarkovsky's
that
like
universe would say.
Tarkovsky's one of these like artsy directors. I've never even seen any of his movies, but it was just like a really funny thing for anyone to say, and I think he said it sincerely because Harmony Korine's like into that kind of shit, like pushing what movies are.
Yeah. So
he said that Speed is the modern day Tarkovsky, and everybody was like, dude, you're fucking dumb.
So, like, it did, because I was kind of boomerous with the whole streaming thing. Like, I knew it was the future, and I kept tuning in. And, like, you got the Sneakos, and you got the Aiden Rosses, right? That are in the, what's the Turkish guy there? You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
He's the Young Turk's nephew.
Fucking guys. Oh, Hassan,
yeah. So you got those guys that are streaming and they're really good, but they're not really putting on an act. Sneeko does a little bit of kayfabe, but mostly they're like serious. So does Aiden Ross. But then you got guys like Neon and Speed, where you first just think they're idiots and you're like, why are they watching this? And then the longer you watch it, it's kind of like Legion of Skanks, where you're like, oh, I'm in on the bit now. Like, I was being a boomer where I thought all this was real, and there's a lot of setup to it. And he's actually doing a really good job considering he can't fuck up, because it's like he doesn't break character. And like on SNL, everybody's breaking character. So he's like, they're doing a really good job of staying in character. Same thing with Matan. And I know a lot of people don't like him. I've watched quite a few clips that I think he nails it, and he's really funny. And he supposedly stays in character even off air.
Yeah, I mean, the thing from what I've seen with Matan, it just feels like he's trying too hard.
I think that's kind of the bit.
It's very like contrived, like the way he behaves, and a lot of things he asks people.
He's
but
still quick though. He's still quick on the draw. There was one that I was dying laughing. Oh, he asked like he was asking Harlan if he's like, oh, is it okay to shoot? No, maybe it was, I forget, but he was asking somebody, he's like, is it okay if my mother-in-law came on my grandmother came on my property for me to shoot her? And they're like, oh, by accident you shot her because you were protecting your property? He's like, no, I have a long rifle and I line it up and I shoot her. And he's like, why are you shooting her? And he's like, I shoot to kill. And it was just like really, I just thought it was funny that he was good. He was that quick to come up with.
I mean, yeah, I guess he's doing pretty good. How old is he? He's like 17, 18?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same bullshit that I tried to do in my skits. Like when I was his age, and maybe if you did them too, that's super dry. Your friends are just doing like crazy, wacky stuff in the background that only you find funny.
I seriously think we were just like slapping each other in the nuts.
Oh, you guys had,
nobody was filming it.
Yeah, you guys had KYC or whatever it was there.
Yeah, we were just like
before Jackass. What was that? KNYC?
CKY.
CKY, yeah.
It was also a band.
What do you think about that kid that's a juggalo? That's like, hey, everybody, this is for the juggalos, blah, blah. And then he like jumps on. Then he jumps into like a bed of like tacks and barbed wire that's on fire with alcohol or whatever.
A lot of his videos, I do wince at them watching them. Like they look really painful. And he comes across as like maybe too like disabled.
I was going to ask, is he a lol cow? You think?
I don't know. I don't know like how, if he's like, if he's kind of like slow or what. Sometimes I feel like it's kind of exploitive. Like
that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like it's a lol cow situation. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really.
Where Zach Amico, like when Zach Amico does that stuff, it still freaks the fuck out of me, and I don't like it. But I feel like Zach's doing it because he likes that bullshit stuff for entertainment. Yeah. I feel like that retarded juggalo guy is doing it because he wants the fans to think that he's cool and chill.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of his stuff anymore because it's just like, it looks like he's genuinely, maybe he's putting on a really good act, but it looks like he's truly hurting himself. Like
I only watch it when it comes up in my feed. Like, but it's something you can't turn away from when it's in your feed. You have to watch it
I'll catch
for
one
the whole 30 seconds.
But I guess like with the stroke of genius with those videos, like the kind of art of it is when they cut off. Like he'll hit like a refrigerator covered in barbed wire and Legos.
Yep.
And then he'll roll off of it, and then there'll just be like another like 20, 30 seconds of him just wincing in pain and be like, ah! Ah, ah. And then that's it, and then it just cuts off, and it's like, okay, well, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That we get to see, like that they captured his actual moments of agony,
the animalistic agony.
That's also why I kind of like don't want to watch that kind of stuff, because I'm like, man, this motherfucker's like really hurting himself.
Yeah. So I was like getting in touch with my emotions recently, right? And they're like, "Oh, men don't have emotions," but like when I see that stuff now, I'm like, I got to turn this off. This guy's hurting himself. And I was listening to John Denver, the West Virginia song,
yeah,
and I was like, this is such a fucking amazing song. It's so good. And I don't like it. I want to turn it off. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me sad and nostalgic. And I don't want to be, it's making me goth, and I don't want to be sad and nostalgic. I want to be happy and joyous. And this is just making me like reflect on my life and everything that I missed out on.
I don't understand nostalgia at all, man, because like, I know that feeling you're describing. And I see like so many people in my generation, like, become obsessed with nostalgia, like, but whenever I revisit, just like, I don't know, things from my youth that I enjoyed at that time.
Yeah,
revisiting them as an adult I feel like emotionally, what Superhuman feels when he slams into a refrigerator.
You know why, Dalton? You and me are visionaries.
I'm a fucking visionary here. All right, this is your arena of ideas.
And so when we hear nostalgia, it's like, oh, that's not what I want. I'm trying to carve a beautiful future out. You're making me sad by looking into the past,
dude. Because I had like such a stupid, profound experience the other night with what we're talking about, and it's like, you know, so many people around my age and older will just like continue to revisit all the cartoons and movies and everything from our youths. And I've never really given into that because it hurts. It's like, oh, well, that time is done. And then like the other night, it
makes me sick. I was listening to John Denver and I was like, why this making me sad and hurt. I don't want to be nostalgic for the past. It's making me sad.
I had such a ridiculous but oddly profound moment with this where like I don't engage with TikTok too much, but sometimes if I can't fall asleep, I'll just end up scrolling TikTok, and there's like, and I hit on one of these like nostalgia TikTok pages that was just showing cartoon intros from like 20-25 years ago.
Oh, dude, brutal.
And yeah, and so this was, you know, this is something I watched every day as a kid. Like this was like seeing this, I just like beamed back online. Like I remembered it so vividly. Yeah. I haven't thought about this in a long time. It was the intro for a cartoon called Two Stupid Dogs.
All right. I don't remember that.
That came on Cartoon Network when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And it was a show that I would just watch all the time. It was just a show about two stupid dogs. And then there would be these like featurettes or whatever, like within the cartoon called Secret Squirrel. Where it's like a squirrel that's a spy, you know, and so I just ended up watching the theme for Two Stupid Dogs, and I genuinely like I got so depressed.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, watch that TikTok, and then I'll go to bed. And so you watch those cartoons, you turn your phone off, and you're just laying there in the dark with the whites of your eyes.
Yeah, dude, it made me so sad because I just like laid there thinking like, oh yeah, like it's over. Like my youth is gone, dude, and now I have to like grieve for my young days, my youth. I have to mourn the loss.
Dude, it was 70 degrees out.
The dog doesn't come on anymore.
Dude, there was 70 degrees out the other day, right? I don't live anywhere near West Virginia. I had my windows open, my sunroof in my car, and I was just like listening to like old like 70s and 60s like happy music, like Jackson 5 and stuff. And then John Denver came on, and then all of a sudden he's like, you know, just like dreaming of West Virginia, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, why, dude, why are you gothing me up, dude? You're going to make me cry.
Yeah. And I don't understand. There's people that live in that, dude. Like, dude, I got so many family.
It was making me so depressed. I was
so much of my family, it just lives in the past. Like, they haven't listened.
It's Uncle Rico, dude, throwing a football over the mountain.
Dude, I got all Uncle Ricos in my family, dude. It's all people who haven't listened to a song released after like 1987.
Yeah.
Like they just live in that, like when they were young, which I don't even know why, because like you talk to them and they didn't have good childhoods. So like, all the memories that this shit is conjuring is just like getting beaten by their mother, and having no money and everything being fucking miserable. And I'm like, why do you have such an affection for the 80s? And they'll all just be like, you weren't there. And I'm like, I'm glad I wasn't. It's something that fucking sucks.
Like I try to take the 90s had a lot of cool stuff about it. I try to take that out. I try to keep up on everything. New music, I have a really hard time. Like I'm at that age now where I listen to new music and I have a really hard time like catching up. And I think eventually you got to get tired and settle in to something. And some people just get tired sooner than others and stop keeping up. Although that new Nazi N-word song by Kanye was kind of a banger, dude.
I don't get, dude, like if I hear the opening piano for "Don't Stop Believing," I'm doing everything in my power to get that shit turned off.
Dude, it makes you
Change
sad,
the
right?
fucking channel.
Yeah.
I'm banging. I'm beating the radio with a baseball bat if I can get this channel to change. Like I need this to go away now.
So we have here in New England, we have Sweet Caroline, and it's like this Boston anthem. And it's kind of cool when you're locked into the propaganda of like loyalty to a city, like localized patriotism, because it's something that everybody can click into, and everybody's like singing and doing the bump 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 that doesn't exist. But when you kind of like remove yourself from it, it just makes you sad. It just makes you sad.
Right.
If you're not a drunk idiot like living in that moment to now, it just makes you sad about everything.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I got so many people in my family that some song that we've all heard on the radio like 1,000 times comes on, and they'll be like, "Turn that up," and I go, "You're not fucking sick of hearing this shit. Like you're not like whether it's Don't Stop Believing or one of those fucking Billy Idol songs or like whatever shit was
Don't
going on
Stop
here.
Believing is the Journey song on the train,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The Midnight Train. Yeah. The only time I would ever
It
listen
was
to that
Dave,
is
let
if
me
you're
tell you
watching
something.
Scrubs.
Hold on, I need to explain something to you. It was the Midnight Train. It was going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay. It wasn't to Georgia. It was going anywhere.
No, it was just going anywhere.
My bad. I'm mixing up. I'm crossing two things. My apologies, everybody. The only time that I can listen to that is because they're making fun of it, is when JD on Scrubs breaks up with Elliot and that song comes on and he's listening to it and he's on a train and he's feeling sad about everything. And it's kind of a joke about how sad the song actually is, and people make it like a happy song, or I took it like that. Maybe they are just being cheesy and melodramatic in the moment. But that scene makes me laugh because it's kind of feels like he's being a queer on purpose. And then I can relate to being a queer when it comes on because that song makes me feel sad and depressed. But I don't want to be goth. I don't understand. I love Robbie, but I don't understand certain things that he says. Like a couple weeks ago, he's like, yeah, sometimes you need a good cry. I like to listen to whatever. I was like, that never crosses my mind. I'm constantly in a state of, I don't want to be depressed. How can I stop being depressed?
Well, there's a difference between being depressed and just, crying. Like sometimes you gotta let it all out. That's another song. Actually, I'm
just saying I don't understand it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I don't understand like giving into that feeling of nostalgia and sickness and crying.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me being an old dude and I'm like, push it all down and ignore my feelings.
Maybe there is just like shitty music. Like a lot of songs that are big hits, I think maybe you're just shitty because I just realized like that Tears for Fears song, that's a band, Tears for Fears, that usually like if one of their hits comes on, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
And
I love old music. It's so much happier. 50s, 60s, 70s music makes me happier than a lot of the normal stuff. So I would much rather listen to like the old school love songs where they're talking about like, my man's the best. He does all this for me. And I love my girl. I want to take her out and buy her flowers. It's so much better than men ain't shit. I'm going to show you my butthole.
You haven't heard That's That Me Espresso? You don't know about that?
Oh, that's yeah, I know Sabrina Carpenter. I'm cool and chill.
That's That Me Espresso is good.
I don't like it because that SNL skit just ruined it for me.
Oh, I didn't see. I don't watch SNL.
I couldn't get it out of my timeline on YouTube. I kept putting not interesting. Please get it. It was on my timeline for like 30 days until I couldn't even open YouTube anymore. And it was they did a wedding skit where they're cucking this guy. Yeah. And he's at his wedding getting married. And his girlfriend was a whore before they met. And then Sabrina Carpenter is one of the bridesmaids. And they're just all these dudes from her past are showing up and singing Espresso, but it's about banging his wife.
Oh, yeah.
And my whole timeline was that, and I couldn't get rid of it. And so I was like, finally, I hate this song.
$5, Super Chat. Head over heel. Oh, come on now. Head over heel. Well, we're gonna need
third cousin. Thank you.
We're gonna need more super chats if I'm gonna play that, because that is definitely getting the video demonetized.
So this is old news. This is probably like 2 weeks, 3 weeks old now because we missed 2 weeks ago. But with Sabrina Carpenter was in Paris, and she's on stage dancing around, and then she did like a little Eiffel Tower thing where she sang and two guys like Eiffel Towered her.
Yeah.
Everybody was all upset, but I was like, that's actually a pretty good bit when you're in Paris and all your songs are about being sexual and promiscuity. Now I can understand when you're like, oh, kids shouldn't watch this. It's like, okay, well, don't let your kids watch Sabrina Carpenter. But if you were like a 20-something-year-old girl that's like being like whorish, this is a funny bit.
But Sabrina Carpenter's like her stage presence, like her performance, this like promiscuity that people talk about.
Yeah,
hers is so much like tee.
Yeah.
Like
it's baby doll, like 20-something girls.
If I see like a fucking Doja Cat clip, dude, I'm ready to jack off. I'm like, yo, my penis is hard right now.
Dude, I used to love Doja Cat until she like put tattoos everywhere. I thought she was the hottest ever.
Oh wow, look at this. $20 from Obvious Third Cousin. This better be enough. Yes, we're gonna play the song here soon, and then America's
hell yeah, super chats. America's Sweetheart in the house.
Sweetheart, $9.99 from Sweeze. He's cool. He's chill. What was that saying? Oh yeah, Sabrina Carpenter doesn't even like register to me as like a whore or even like exuding any sort of
no.
Like necessarily like sexuality. Hers all comes across as very playful, like it's like very safe. And
I think that's the problem is she's got a tweeny bop type feel to her, and if parents aren't careful, your young daughters shouldn't be watching her.
Because when I was a kid, it was like, dude, I remember when I was a kid and Britney Spears was still like 16. Everybody was like, have you gotten fucked in your pussy yet, teenage Britney Spears?
Not me, dude. I was a gentleman. I had a calendar countdown to when she turned 18.
Well, that was the thing. There was the countdown, but even before that,
I had a pin in the Olsen twins because I was a man of integrity.
No, I remember the countdowns, but even before all that, I remember they would interview Britney Spears, and it would just be like, some guy, like whoever the interviewer was, Billy Bush or whoever, would be like, so have you had sex yet? And she's 16.
Yeah.
Like, have you busted your hymen, your little girl pussy?
Yeah. Look, everybody's already seen my Twitter timeline, so I won't even say it. But we all know who's behind. Don't make me pull the Kanye meme up.
So yeah, that's what I don't even like.
Yeah.
Whatever's going on with Sabrina Carpenter now, I look at her and I'm like, this is safe even by like 20 years ago standards. Like,
so here's the thing. I can see the argument when you see Doja Cat, who's literally like putting on a striptease, and she might like, she's so fucking hot. Like, she's just she hits my DNA hard. All right. But no mother.
Just stop it. Like, she's hot. Dude, you start talking like that. Dude, it sounds like you're doing like phrenology. Like,
dude, I measured her skull, dude. I put it through AI, dude. Yeah. Great skull shape. Her eye distance, really good. She's probably got some white mixed in there. You can tell.
Yeah.
So, anyways. So when a mother sees her stage performance, they know like to pay attention and not let their young daughter. But Sabrina Carpenter has this baby doll, young girly stuff where she's dancing with like 14, 15, 16-year-olds. And then I think the problem is like when you're making that bubblegum pop for like 13, 14, 15-year-olds, but you're mixing in a content that's probably better off for 18, 19, 20 and up year olds is where people are getting offended. But they're not saying that. They just have this weird visceral reaction where like, she's like, oh, she's a whore for doing the Eiffel Tower. It's like, it's actually a pretty funny bit when you think about it. Like, she's in Paris and she did the Eiffel Tower. It's kind of like he. As far as a female pop star doing a bit, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I think it's just because like,
I thought it was clever.
She does, I guess because she has such a broad appeal. Like she does.
Hey, broad.
Yeah, you know, she's like a, you know, kids, teenagers, everybody. That's like that's a little too risque.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where this like moral panic is coming from with her, but I was thinking though, and
it might be contrived because on purpose to like keep her in the algorithm too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it might be her PR team. But I was thinking, and we're gonna get to Robbie's song here in a second. They requested, but I was thinking, how about instead of that's that me espresso, it's a me Mario.
Yeah, and that would go a little something like this. Yeah.
That's it's a me Mario.
I heard that espresso song.
Then the
like
next lyric actually works because it's like up, down, left, right, Nintendo. It's a me Mario.
Dude, I can't remember the melody, and it was literally I would wake up in the morning. This is why I was getting so pissed. I would wake up in the morning singing espresso because my YouTube shorts.
It's catchy, man.
Yeah, they definitely hit the hour. So hey, so we're gonna get to Robbie's thing or whatever.
Corn Fed Radio.
But last time we talked last week, I was just thinking like, you know, I want to support Dalton. I want to support the show. I think you and Diet Coke were good together when you guys had your e-romance.
She doesn't. Yeah, she don't talk to me no more.
So I want to bring it back. I got my King James Bible here. We're gonna bring this back to Bible study a little bit. So since I have mine here, I'm gonna just flip through. Let's read a passage.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
and bring this back to the original thing here. So let's just do a couple here. Here's this is Psalm 49. Trust not in riches. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of the Quran. All right. My reading is terrible, so I'm going to practice this on ear. Hear this, all ye people. Give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor, together. My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be understanding. I will incline my ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the inquiry of my heel shall compass me about? Oh, that's a question. They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. And I'll end it there. That was Psalm, I guess, 1 through 6.
What was it? Solomon?
Psalm 49.
Psalm?
How do you say that?
Psalm.
Yeah. What am I saying? Psalm?
I guess it's sort of like salmon.
I thought it was like palm with a little in there.
It's like no, it's Psalm.
Yeah, so that's that. And it opened up to riches. So I was having a little tip for you guys. If you got your Bible, right? And I had one for a while, and you know, I open it up and you like start reading or whatever, and you're like, oh, this is like, I can't do this. It's so big. If you just grab your Bible, you hold it, you kind of meditate for a second and just like open it up.
Yeah. Like God guide your hand.
Yeah. And then read it. Whatever you're kind of facing in life, you'll take your own perception of that and like use it to the good. And it's really been making me feel a lot better. I'm going to try to start making some more clips, put some more energy into this show and restart the philosophy podcast and stop the degeneracy of, I got off the dating apps. I'm going to cut back on poker and I'm going to start putting more energy into being a servant instead of being, falling into temptation in my life. So
what is a pre-Schofield Bible? Isn't that like how you measure how hot a hot sauce is?
Yeah, this is only like a 10 Schofields, dude. You can't even bring this on Hot Wings. They'll kick you off, dude.
I hate that show, dude. I hate it so much, dude. I hate watching people eat.
He sold it. That's what's even crazier.
It's not that I love cooking shows. There's something about that show that disgusts me.
Shane recently roasted it on the air and basically said he was on the show and he's like, it kind of stinks. Like it was like 10 minutes, the wings aren't even hot. And the whole time the guy's just like, so where do you come up with your ideas? It's like, he literally boiled down the whole show, which is a multi-million-dollar show, in like 3 lines of a bit, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, it just seems that guy seems like such a black hole of any charisma or talent.
Well, he's terrible if you're gonna bring on like real talent like Shane. Like, and I know people like now that Shane's really big, they're like, you know, I don't really care for tires and whatever, and people love to hate on Shane, but he is a really talented guy.
But chicken wings is like such a sloppy food. It's such a
well, to bring Shane on, you're in trouble. But if you bring somebody like Ariana Grande on Hot Wings or like Drew Barrymore, it's like a perfect show for somebody who's retarded, like Hollywood actor.
Conan was good on it
to be on there. Yeah, like Conan's good anywhere though. Is what I'm like. Conan's gonna make the show, but I'm saying like Hot Wings is meant to like. You bring on Kevin Hart and you bring on The Rock, you bring on Jack Black, and they eat wings and they promo their show and they act retarded. And then people like AJ from Costco kids tune in and they freaking love it, dude. They're like, get in here, there's new Hot Wings on, dude.
I would like to see the Rizzler on Hot Ones.
The Rizzler's a star, dude. And he's being used and abused by people around him, dude.
The Rizzler, yeah.
Everybody wants the Rizzler because, dude, I've been watching even his old. I think what it is because they put him on camera so young, and he's so used to it that now that he's adult,
he's been doing TikToks.
Yeah,
he's thin.
He's so comfortable behind the camera, and he's so authentic. It just makes him a star. So when they try to put like a 15 or 16-year-old that's just getting behind the camera, they start acting different. They can't be authentic. So he's got that like. X factor.
Yeah.
I'm being like legit. I know people think I'm being ironic on Twitter when I say Rizzler's a star. I really do think in this modern technology way of entertainment that he's a good content creator.
Rizzler is the first like post-narrative child star where he's like, it's like we're done with TV shows and movies and all that. Like he's the first content child star.
The only thing that comes close for me to the Rizzler is Hasbulla,
who's like 45.
Now, yes,
yeah,
but no. I think he's like 20 something now.
But Hasbulla is like a grown man. He's like one of those kids from Akira.
Yeah, but his and a lot of his is probably his production company is good at whatever, but like just him in a hot tub drinking a Coca-Cola and then doing a cannonball into a hot tub like on a Saturday night and then him giggling, dude. Premium content, dude. Yeah. like because he is real, he'll just like walk up to the camera too and like with his cat and start like eating chips and like get stuff all over his face and then just not even clean his face and just look into the camera and like to tell somebody no and then like take a knife out and you're like premium authentic content.
Everybody in the chat, stop bad mouthing tires. You're not allowed to criticize.
No, I will. Guys. I posted it out. I'm sick of pretending. I'm sick of pretending tires is good. Gerben's and the recent skit. It just looks like he's breaking character. He's laughing the whole time.
You cannot criticize any of those guys.
No, Shane, you're better than this. I'm happy you're getting the bag. I'm happy you're putting all your friends on tires. But come on, let's stop pretending.
So this is Corn Fed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, the NIG.
WKNIGG, the beep.
Yeah. Robbie's third cousin.
Radio.
See, this is another video.
WKIGG. Chirp Radio.
Yeah. This is another video that's going to make me sad because this is like such a bygone era. I don't know if you remember this music video, but it takes place in a library. And it's just like, I love libraries, but they don't exist in this way anymore.
I live in a, I don't want to dox anybody, but I live in a state that you can go to a library like this still. I love the 80s because it's like ambiguous, like gay men in the 80s still.
Oh, Robbie Williams.
I wanted to be with you alone.
A banger. I didn't know that was this song. I've never seen the video.
This is a good one, dude.
Oh, dude. I've heard this on 80s night at like the club when I was out, dude. Feathered hair, baby. Oh, what's there a monkey in the library for? That's Robbie Williams, dude?
That's Robbie Williams.
Gotcha. So she's got the micro bangs before there was micro bangs.
Yeah.
This guy looks like the guy from 2.5 Men kind of like looked back then.
Now I want to point something out that because we don't really have this anymore in like pop music now, like really popular music nowadays. This guy is fucking hideous. That does not happen anymore.
Yeah, it's talent based. It was kind of talent based back then. It wasn't. They didn't have auto tune, you know, like we have today.
Yeah, like any pop star you see now is like very curated, like everything, their looks, all of it. This guy who just like popped out of the ether, Benson Boone, is just like some fucking gymnastic hottie out of nowhere. It's like everybody's very attractive now. This guy's like, he's all fucked up and British. His teeth are messed up. He's kind of ugly.
Hell yeah, I can relate to this guy though.
Yes.
Minus the high pitched voice. He's banging it out, dude. The Dewey Decimal System, dude. I get it, man. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Dude, I kind of do miss the 80s. I get it now. This is the good type of nostalgia, dude. Oh, come on. A black guy in a library. Let's get real 80s. A black guy in a shoe in the library.
Yo, you trying to get 19% on that car loan?
who? I'm just looking up who owned the ships. That's all.
Yeah, dude. He's about to get that guy to sign for a 25% credit card, dude.
yeah. He's like, come with me. I got an idea.
Damn, you tell me.
Like, actually, do you have a fat white girlfriend with good credit? Because I can talk to you for a second.
Damn, dude.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I don't get the monkey and the gas mask and all this. Honestly, like, I still find her hot, but I would have found her like super hot in the 80s, dude.
She's a cutie.
Yeah, even with the hair. And I mean, for the time, this is crazy. The way the camera's following him around like this. This has got to be the guy that found them, though.
They keep
this
showing
guy in the
us
background has got to be the guy that
Austin,
found the band, dude.
Yeah, he's the drummer.
Oh, he's a Hasidic drummer, dude.
Yeah.
I had long hair back here, and when it was wet, I would wake up in the morning and I would hang upside down in my dad's lazy boy chair so I could get it to feather. So it took me, I do like an extra 30 minutes every morning before school to feather my hair. So when people are like, how did you guys not know George Michaels was gay? Like, watch this video. The 80s were like androgynous. See, look at this. Gay monkey love, bestiality in a video, dude. We were all over the place in the 80s. All I can think though is that doesn't he look like John Cryer from 2.5 Men a little bit?
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Yeah, I take it all back. Take it all back, Robbie's third cousin. Great bit. Great song that you pulled up.
That is a good song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's the good type of nostalgia where you can make fun of it. It's not John Denver being goth, trying to make me cry, get all in my feelings.
Dude, I don't even want to make fun of it. That's a good song. It's a very creative video. I like the monkey was cool.
Yeah.
When he was facing down that Jewish fellow.
They didn't see they had animals represented, women, nerds, gay guys, Jews, blacks. I said a janitor, but he wasn't Hispanic. They didn't have any Spanish speaking individuals.
Men at Work, who can it be? Are they the
Who
ones
can
that
it
do that?
be now? Who can it be now? Radio network.
Were they the ones that did that?
WKNIG,
I guess they
the
were,
chirp.
yeah. Okay. You know what? Some of the radio hits from the 80s, I guess, are pretty good.
No, I've been listening to almost exclusively 50s, 60s, up to 80s music recently. It was a happier time. The genders were getting along. They were making songs about how much they loved each other. The races were getting along. So then I go out into the real world, and that's how I feel. I was thinking about this, right? So say you wake up and you're listening to media, and you're listening to a song, and the song is just like, this person sucks, this person's whatever, I'm a boss babe, or I'm a whatever. Then you're going to approach all your situations in your life like that. But if you're listening to, like, you know, she's the best thing that ever happened to me, I want to buy her flowers, he's great, I love men songs like they used to have back in the day, that's how you're going to perceive your relationships in the world. So yeah. I think it has a huge effect on people's mindset.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what I've been listening to lately is like 80s Japanese city pop music, so it's all new to me. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's just like all the big hits from Japan in the 80s that we never heard.
Yeah,
I've definitely never heard them, and I'm just like, this all might as well just be new music. This is all great.
Yeah. Tokyo. I've been listening to a lot of Tokyo Lady Stole My Heart today. Yeah.
Yeah, like
is it techno-y? Is it like Akira techno stuff?
No, dude. I'll show it to you after I'll show.
All right, yeah.
You know what? Let me show you one I've been enjoying lately, and then we'll play this other guy's request because this lady. What's her name? Hold on. I don't even know the name of the album.
So while Dalton's figuring this out, I just want to give some gratitude here. So I get like DM message positive.
Tomoko Aran.
Tomoko.
Let me get a grande Tomoka. Extra shot of espresso.
Yeah. I want to give a little gratitude. I get a lot of DMs about the show, whatever, and people saying that they love the content. I always forget how blessed I am in my job that I kind of work from home and everything. But a lot of people are working like 8-hour shifts or 10, 12-hour shifts, and they're in trucks and stuff, and they like the 4 hours of content we make to put on the background. So I really appreciate you guys tuning in. I'm happy to make this for you. I know Dalton loves doing this. If you guys could go on, subscribe to the show, go to the Patreon for Dalton, sign up if you want to see some extra stuff. But share, like this, maybe tell somebody else that's in your situation about us so that we can grow the channel. I think Dalton's up to 1,500 subscribers or whatever, but like I've been taking this for granted and I'm not going to do that anymore. I appreciate everybody being here and I'm going to try and grow the show for you guys. So anyways, that's my I listen to John Denver. Okay, I'm feeling sadness, feelings. All I'm up in my feelings.
I don't even know how to find this fucking song because it's in Japanese. I don't know how to spell. I don't know how to even type it.
Type it. Oh, go like this when you type it.
Let me see.
Sorry.
Hold on 1 second.
That bit's gonna kill if you're watching this on video. Audio listeners, you're really missing out.
God damn it! Hold on. How do you? I don't know how to. Motherfucker. How do I find this? How do I type Japanese?
Maybe you have to hit that button in the top of your browser so that you change it over to Japanese.
Let me see. Hold on. The album is called Midnight Pretenders, but there's a track that
I like that pretender.
Yeah,
Type it in like that. Change all the R's to L's and the L's to R's and see if it comes up.
I think I figured it out. I found it. I can copy and paste it. Let's see if I can find the video this way. I think this is it.
Oh, are you good? The midnight of pretenders.
Okay, hold on. I think I found it. Is it it? Yes, this is it.
Dude, I've been hanging out with more Asian people lately than I have white people. And I kind of dig Asians, dude.
So yeah, don't forget we got that guy who requested the Minute Work song, but I was going to show you, dude, this Japanese city pop, dude. This is like odd. This and then like music to go to sleep to.
Is it going to have like super skinny white Asian ladies?
I don't know.
With no butts?
It's just a song. There's no music video for it. It's just a song.
Oh, boo.
It goes bum 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 bum.
Speaking of that, I couldn't find any Coke to go pee in tonight. I tried to find a new. I just had coconut water tonight. I was trying to find. They have the 12 packs, but I don't want to buy a 12 pack.
You can still go diarrhea and a Pepsi.
Yeah. I had a Pepsi Zero at the casino the other day in the bottle.
Pepsi Zero ain't bad.
Is in comparison to like all drinks, yes. Like if you want a soda that doesn't have 0 calories and you get a Pepsi Zero, you're like, okay. But compared to Coke products, it's trash. It tastes like flat Coke products.
Man, look at all these. Super
I had a fountain Dr. Pepper the other day at the casino. Oh, magnifico. And then I had a Pepsi Zero in the bottle. So fountain Pepsi Dr. Pepper was better than full sugar
Dr.
corn
Pepper
syrup.
is delicious, dude. Look at this, Brosa Smith, $5. Speaking of Asian music, let's get some Jackie Chan. Okay, I love you. I got.
Oh, you know what you can? Oh, I want to be ninja too.
$5 from Robbie's third cousin.
Want to be ninja.
Takashi Tarachi in the blue jean. I don't know what this is, but put a pin in that. And then Nibs, $5 Hiroshi Sato.
Taka in my Karachi.
All right, but hold on. Let me that guy, little goblin fella. Yeah, you request. We're gonna. 1 second.
Yeah, men at work. Who can
I gotta show you,
now,
this dude. This is all I listen to now. Is 80s Japanese pop music, city pop to be specific.
Yeah,
dude, this is good stuff right here.
All right, theater of the mind. I'm gonna imagine really skinny, super white Asian ladies with no butt and short shorts on. Dude, I feel like I should be building blocks, dude. I feel like the blocks are coming down from the ceiling, and I gotta really move them into place, dude. You listen to this at work? Dude, this definitely makes me feel like I'm a cog in a system, and I should be getting to work really fast on the train, dude. Dude, I'm part of the collective now, dude. Dude, imagine fucking a Japanese chick.
Dude, this is good.
Eating a Japanese chick's pussy to this, dude.
No, no.
Yeah, I do feel like I have to do up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select, start while I'm listening to this, dude, to load up the special effects. Yeah, this is like when you meet a girl that wears like goggles instead of like sunglasses.
Yeah, my kind of girl.
Yeah.
A court chungus.
Yeah. She's got fluffy boots on that go up to her knees and tight white spandex pants on and a Hello Kitty backpack with goggles up on her forehead. Yeah, back getting on the train, dude. Going up the escalator, dude. Gotta get to work. I'm part of the collective. I do feel like this would be great music if like stuff was coming down on an assembly belt and I had to put it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Really good. Dude, this is seriously
that's the shit right there, dude.
So many like games that I can't remember the name of that I bought in Blockbuster that
The
I
album
rented
cover looked like she's stuck inside of Marble Madness.
would have that soundtrack in the background.
Yeah.
Just like a weird like Burger Time / Tetris ripoff game that I got at Blockbuster because everything was sold out. I would just be listening to that soundtrack for like 10 hours.
Imagine driving one of them fucking Sharp Toyotas from the 80s, like one of them. They used to be like more like sharp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like harder lines. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the way a Toyota used to look, where it was like more
Yeah.
polygonal.
Boxy. Yeah, same with the Volvos. Yeah.
Before they smooth out the edges and made them.
When I grew up in the 80s, I had the bowl cut, the Nicholas like Bradford type style bowl cut. I had kind of had an Asian haircut when I was young. So, did you ever have the Asian haircut, dude?
No, the Mo Howard.
Dude, I had that when I was really young. I had the bangs and then just down and square, kind of like kind of like the Never Ending Story kid, but not the hero.
Dude, by the way, I put on a Three Stooges.
Why are we whispering? You whisper like we're not broadcasting. You're like, hey, God, don't tell everybody here, but I gotta tell you.
No, I put on a Three Stooges. They weren't episodes. They were like serials that would air before a movie when they came out. It was like
serials.
30,
you were like, oh, yeah. Serials? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a movie. It was like a serial. So it was the thing that would air. They would play before a movie.
Yeah,
because there was no TV back then.
Cheerios, Fruit Loops, Rice Krispies.
Anyway, I put on an old Three Stooges thing, and I haven't watched the Three Stooges since I was a kid. When I was a kid, I would just it would come on TCM all the time, and I would watch it. Dude, I put it on the other night, and it was like stressing me the fuck out. These guys need to get their fucking act together.
Yeah.
Dude, these guys need to straighten up.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
dude, stop behaving this way. It was making me so anxious.
Dude, you didn't have friends. Did you have friends like that growing up? So I was kind of like in half jocks, half nerd group. But my jock friends kind of were like hanging out with three students. You never knew if you were gonna get like nut checked or Charlie horsed in the thing or whatever. So you were like always on edge and like twitchy.
Oh, dude, I hated
Growing up, so it was like always on edge. Yes, and they weren't
constantly had
fun
to
to hang
guard your
out with.
nuts, or somebody was going to knee you in the butthole.
Or like try to put their ass in your face and fart or whatever. You were always on
Yeah.
high alert, dude. It was like hanging out with a bunch of Irish Cheviers all the time. You're
Dude, it
like,
was
what are
like
you gonna
prison,
fucking do
dude.
to me,
I
dude?
do-
This is terror. You're terrorizing me.
I remember in middle school was where it was like the most savage, because that was when everybody's starting to hit puberty. So it's just like
Yeah.
Lord of the Flies, you know?
Yeah.
And I remember all the guys had figured something out. I guess basically had to like craft like prison weapons or something, where they were taking they were popping the erasers out of the pencils, and then that metal piece that the eraser fits into, they would pinch it shut, so now it forms like a straight metal edge.
They're building shanks in middle school,
dude, you'd be walking in the hall, and one of these motherfuckers would take one of these things, this like homemade,
making shanks in middle
dude,
school.
they would pinch that metal piece closed, and they would come up behind you.
Was
in the
Michelle
hall,
Pfeiffer your teacher, Dalton?
and this, you know, that like fatty piece behind your arm that really hurts?
Yeah.
They would just slice you with one of these things, and so you'd be walking in the hall, and all of a sudden that you're like bleeding, there's blood pouring
Your
down your arm.
teacher-
You're like, the fuck you guys doing?
Your teacher had to put a headband on, dude, and turn the chair around and sit in it and talk to you guys and be like, listen, guys, you can't be making shanks
Dude, I
anymore.
fucking middle school
not
sucked
cool.
so much, dude. It was like you did have to like constantly be looking over your shoulder and guarding yourself, because you were like, dude, they were cutting you, they fucking spit in your face. It was so crazy.
So we used to fold up and make the paper footballs, and then you would get an elastic. Well, first it just started that you would like put it in between your fingers like this and pluck it, and you'd make a field goal. Then somebody figured out if you take an elastic, you could pull it back like this. And then one kid that was like getting abused at home was like, what if I took a paper clip and made it into a dart and started shooting it into your eyes when you weren't paying attention?
Dude, yeah.
So you were like, yeah, so you had to be like on high alert because everything always escalated.
Yeah, I think there was like a version of those when I was a kid. I think they called them mosquitoes, where you take like a piece of paper and just like fold it up a bunch of times until it was like real thick.
Yeah.
And then just bend it in half, and you could like pull it back with a rubber band and shoot it.
Yep.
And then if you wanted to like make it an armor piercing round, you put a paper clip on it. So they would just peg you with one of these fucking things.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it is interesting how like the boredom and captivity of school breeds like a violent creativity where people just find are able to like
It's
start
jail, dude. You're in prison.
Yeah, that people just like figure out like MacGyver inventions for how to fucking hurt you. Just like look around.
Yeah.
Like, what can I create that's gonna fucking hurt somebody?
And then, well, on the other end, while the boys were doing that, the women were taking their social skills and trying to figure out how to socially destroy you with the same amount of visceral hate. So it was a minefield. At least in my time, we didn't have the receipts. Now you guys, like what happened to that Harry Sisson guy or whatever, is if you try to hit on a girl in DMs, she could hold that in their DMs against you for the rest of your life to try to destroy you. We didn't have that, at least.
When I remember when I was a kid that everybody kind of chilled out come high school. I just remember 7th and 8th grade when everybody's like really starting to go through puberty. It was like that was when it was like most chaotic. And high school was like pretty chill, pretty cool, pretty chill. Yeah. I don't remember there being like a lot of issues in high school.
Did your parents ever sit you down to talk to you about puberty or whatever?
No.
You just had a class?
Well, yeah, because the town I grew up in had like such a pervasive teenage pregnancy problem.
Yeah.
Girls were constantly having to drop out of school because they were getting pregnant. So
Oh.
I remember we had a pretty
Bible country, dude.
Yeah, well, we had a comprehensive, like in 8th grade, our 8th grade health teacher, who was also one of the coaches, her name was Coach Carter. She taught like a very comprehensive sex ed class to like let us know what's up.
She had big mommies.
No,
We had a female home ec teacher, and it was like she was going to teach us. They pulled the male gym teacher in because our female home ec teacher that taught the girls would wear these white blouses that were like the buttons were about to break, and she had these huge D cups. And you're like, this is who you would cast if it was a movie. This has got to be a joke that the home ec teacher that teaches sex ed is wearing a skirt with double D's and like a white blouse.
No, this lady would wear just like a starter jacket, like it's like a trade
So
jacket.
she was one of the first lesbians that you encountered in your life.
No,
I had that
she was
too.
just
That's what our female gym teacher was like too.
Yeah, she just was like a like wiry kind of athletic lady, you know.
Yeah.
But I remember it was like a very like comprehensive sex ed thing because I guess like at that point the sort of Christian abstinence only thing had proven to be a catastrophic failure.
Who is that?
Had not worked.
Who's the comedian that has the joke that's like, he's like, hey, kids, I'm going to teach you guys how to use a condom today. So I got this banana and I got to eat it first because I can't get hard on an empty stomach.
Shit, man. I forget. I
know what I'm talking about?
It's a very funny joke. I forget.
Yeah, he does it much better. You should look it up because I just butchered it. But it's a good misdirect when he does it, and it's really good.
Yeah, it's a funny joke. But yeah, she did do the banana thing, and I do remember at the time I was afraid to ask, but I do remember watching her do that and be like, okay, what if my penis is way
Maybe you guys should bring
smaller?
Yeah, can you bring in a plantain? How do we do this on a plantain?
Yeah, do you have like a cocktail weenie?
Have you heard of a baby carrot?
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I was like, a banana?
Dude, that is kind of fucked up, dude. That is so fucked up that they come in and they're like, hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Uh-oh, there goes Dave. Well, folks, Patreon, Little Goblin said to ignore his initial request. And so he was the next on the whatever the thing is. So I gotta remember this.
I'm sorry, but this is emotional abuse, dude. To do this to high school, to do this to middle school, to be like, we're gonna put this is 7.5, 8-inch banana, dude.
Yeah,
that's what 6 inches in diameter, and they're like, this is what a penis should look like, dude. And you're just going through puberty. That is emotional abuse, dude.
I don't know if any
women
of us had our full size penises yet. Like we were all, we were just starting to go through puberty, so we don't even know like what we're gonna be packing later. So everybody's just like watching her with this banana. Like, is this like? I think there was
this fucked up, dude. Look at this. This is
it's funny to do
this.
This
is the size of my face, dude. This is larger than the microphone. I remember my cousin pulled me aside and was like, "Don't worry, you're gonna hit puberty and you're gonna get like 3 to 4 inches on your penis." And I was like, "Oh, my penis is gonna double in size, dude. This is gonna be great, dude."
It's funny because
never happened. My cousin's a lying asshole.
In 8th grade, like your understanding of puberty is that like your penis will get bigger.
Yeah.
So there's like she's showing you the banana, and it's like there's like this thing where you're insecure because you're like, my penis is way smaller than that. But then it's also like, but are you telling me that a couple of years from now I'm gonna have a banana-sized penis?
Yeah, you're like, this is gonna be great, dude. Dude, I was honestly tripping out to this the other day because I didn't start drinking water until like probably my late 30s. Like we would grab the hose every now and again when we were like on our deathbeds of dehydration.
Yeah.
But hydration wasn't a thing for me growing up. So like when I ended football practice and I had post football practice penis and I was like a freshman and I had to go into the group showers with the adult like senior men that were like 17, 18. My penis has shriveled up to jammed up in a sweaty cup, dehydrated by the end of practice. And I was like, this is torture to go in here. But I was wondering, like, if my hormones weren't excelling to the, had I drank some water, maybe I would have got like another inch out of my DNA.
Well, no, because like right after a workout is when your penis is at its most shriveled.
I'm just saying I was dehydrated, and I know that fucks with your hormones in general. And so if you stay hydrated, your hormones stay better. And I was dehydrated through all of puberty, at least, if not and longer.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if I would have grown an inch taller and had another inch on my penis had my parents been like, hey, drink a glass of water every now and again, or at least some Kool-Aid. You know?
I tried doing, like, joining the football program when I was in 8th grade. And I went to, like, maybe, like, 2 or 3 practices, you know, in the morning before school. And then I remember each day hitting the showers and just being like, I can't fucking... My penis is too small to do this.
Dude, it was abusive.
My penis is way too small to handle this.
We had a couple of mentally challenged guys on the football team that had like borderline retardation IQs, but like had enough that they could be awesome linemen that were like 6'2", 220 in like sophomore year, dude. And I remember looking at them in the shower, dude, and they're probably looking at this banana and like, oh, my penis is going to shrink, dude. I'm going to have to, they got hammers, dude. Like and I'm like, dude, this is a full-grown man. Like, I'm not getting in the shower with them.
Dude,
I'm uncomfortable.
We had this one guy. I forget who, I don't remember his name. His name was
This guy's name was Dudley, dude, and I'll never forget this penis, dude. It haunts my dreams, dude.
Dude, we had this guy in my high school who, like, dude, his shit was so big it would poke out the bottom of like basketball shorts. Like he had to get fucking and1 shorts just so his penis wouldn't pop out the bottom of his shorts.
You know what though? The good news is, Dalton, is women don't even like the big ones like that. They hurt too much. Oh, it's so brutal, dude.
Oh, nice. $9.99 from Drew Huntley. Rip Eric, Rip Sport. Dalton truly rules. Thank you, Louis J. Gomez. Sumo Swedes 2028. This is Dog Country Rip Rap.
Oh, yeah. R.I.P. to the Real Ass Podcast and the Zach and Louis show. Gave so many people a start. Cornfed might not even be here today if it wasn't for the Real Ass Podcast. Dalton getting a start.
There's an argument to be made that
calling Dylan gay.
There's an argument to be made that the Real Ass Podcast was a great boon to my career, or to me, to me being able to do all this, and also the beginning of my ruin. Because like introducing me to an audience of people, to a huge audience when I'm not, was
a huge audience that are negative roasters that you have to emotionally be ready for them to try to tear you down every day.
I mean, I'm grateful. Like, Lewis is awesome. I'm grateful for everything he did for me, and like he continues to do for everyone. I just was like, I just went crazy, and it was just like an odd confluence of like at that time I was getting this, more and more people are finding me and making every effort to get me to kill myself at the time. I'm getting
guys,
so many.
Please don't be mean to Dalton.
Yeah, please don't be mean, dude. At that time, there was just like so much negative attention. There was like all this. It was just like this feedback loop of like I'm going crazy, and then when I log on the internet, it's all these people saying he's ruining the Loud Boys.
You know what's crazy?
He fucking kills himself.
It's crazy that everybody shows up to like. I know that everybody loves Robbie, and I know that everybody loves Crack, but everybody shows up to Cornfed to see you. Like if you look at the views, it doesn't. I mean, Sal's great. Everybody loves him. Most people find me off-putting, but more people are coming around. But if you look at the views, they're very similar. So people are here for you, right?
Oh, hold on.
But
speaking of pudding,
I get no hate. The fact that you get so much hate when everybody's here to love you and they come here to hate me and I don't get any negative stuff is crazy to me.
yeah, we breed more positive vibes here. It's all about
Yeah.
everybody be cool, everybody be chill. Speaking of pudding though, you mentioned that you're
Wait,
off
did you
pudding.
read Little Goblin Fellas?
Yes, yeah,
Okay, you
I'm
did?
about to play that.
Okay.
But dude, do you know Goya? The not the painter, the bean.
Not what you and me are to the Jews.
No,
No.
no, there's
The
not
beans.
not the painter either.
The beans?
The beans.
Beans and spices.
Yo, dude, I was at the supermarket the other day.
The
And
Goya. Not the painter. Dude, I don't know anything. Beans and rice, dude. That's what I know. Food.
Yeah. So Goya beans and rice. Dude, I was at the fucking grocery store the other day, and this was on clearance. I couldn't I don't understand why this isn't
coconut
flying
milk.
off the shelves. Dude, they had this it's a Goya brand chocolate pudding. It's like, dude, it's so
Leche
much,
de la chocolata.
dude, it's so much better than every other fucking snack pack or any chocolate pudding you're gonna get.
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. It's like a Mexican chocolate with cinnamon, and I was like, why is this?
For the
Why
lads,
is
dude.
this on
The lads
clearance?
put that right in their lunchbox every day, dude. Oh,
Dude.
you're Latino, dude. You said you gotta start drinking
I am a white
leche de la
Latino.
choco.
I'm
Pudding.
I'm telling you, if you can find the Goya chocolate pudding, it is a just markedly better chocolate pudding than snack pack
Yeah.
or whatever else.
You would
is out
know,
there.
dude. Yeah, as a white Latino, you would know about the Goya.
The
Goya,
Goya
dude.
chocolate pudding is so fucking good.
I love that. I love that. It's like, and like people like, they do 23 and me, and then they come back and they like change their life around. You know what I mean? They're just like, oh, I got to start going to I found out that I'm Romanian, so I'm going to start going to Greek Orthodox or Romanian Orthodox Church, or I'm going to start getting, I found out I'm Irish, I'm going to get into line dancing. Like, oh, I'm white Latino. Let me check out the Goya chocolate pudding.
Dude, the Goya
Get back in touch with my ancestry, dude.
The Goya chocolate pudding is so good, dude. It's so
dude. It probably is. Is it made with real sugar instead of corn syrup? Kind of like Mexican Coca-Cola, dude.
It's got cinnamon. It's like Mexican chocolate. It's really good.
Yeah, dude, they're so good. They have. I mean, I buy a lot of Goya products, a lot of the dried products for my vegan food, and I also like to get every now and again is the mango with the hot pepper, the paprika, the smoked paprika, and the spicy pepper on the mango slices.
I'll tear through
even dried. Very good.
Yeah, I just got a bag of the.
You're still on the apple diet?
Yeah, I'm still on the apple diet.
Yeah,
but I did just get a bag of the dried mango with tamarind, chili, spice.
Oh yeah, dude, really good.
So fucking good, dude. I'll take that over candy any day.
It's crazy because when we grew up and we got that imported food, everybody's a little bit nervous. They're like, oh, it's a third world country. Like, what are you going to get on it? And now you go in and buy American food and it's like, you read the ingredients and there's like 20 chemicals and then it says mango, and you read Goya and it's like first ingredient mango, second ingredient paprika, third ingredient citric acid or whatever, like as a preservative, and you're like, oh, so this one's actually a lot healthier.
I grew up in the Dallas Fort Worth area, so
and
I have a lot of Mexican relatives and Mexican friends of the family and all that.
Yeah.
So we would go shopping. There's a chain of Mexican grocery stores throughout Texas called Fiesta. So we go shopping at Fiesta. So I was introduced to imported Mexican foods at a very young age.
I was born in Southern California, so up until the age of 3, my family ate a lot of Mexican food, and then when we switched over to come back to Massachusetts, my parents, we would drive it felt like an hour, but it was only 15-20 minutes to a Mexican restaurant every Friday night. As a child, I remember. So we ate a ton of Greek and Mexican food growing up. Very good. Healthy, simple to make, quality ingredients.
Oh, no. Tex-Mex is not. Now, growing up eating Tex-Mex is not healthy, dude. You go to any Tex-Mex restaurant.
It's just beans, lettuce, tomato, onions, cheese, and hot sauce.
No. No, you go to a Tex-Mex restaurant, the first thing you're eating is bowls and bowls of chips and salsa. Keep them coming.
Okay.
And then probably going to order some queso for the table.
What's queso
then-
again? It's like
Queso?
it's like cream and cheese, melted cream cheese.
Melted cheese. Yeah, queso.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, get like a queso blanco, a white cheese sauce.
I don't do dairy, so I don't really remember what queso is.
Yeah, we're getting some queso for the table. And then usually like for the meal, you're getting like enchiladas or flautas, chimichangas, big ass burrito. It's all it's all fucking.
You know what is
like,
badass,
tortillas
dude? Is getting a fajita, and it comes sizzling to the table, dude. You get to put it together, dude.
That's my favorite thing to get at any.
It's a lot of fun.
place.
Pretty badass. Yeah.
Yeah, getting fajitas, and then
The only thing that's cooler is like the Japanese or Chinese restaurant where they give you the hot bowl, and you cook your meat in it in the hot thing.
Yeah, and then for dessert, we might get some sopapillas.
I don't know what sopapillas are.
It's like it's like a fried, I guess like a tortilla. It's like a puff tortilla pastry coated in like cinnamon and sugar. And usually you dip it in like honey.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Taco Bell cinnamon twists.
Yes, yeah.
I'm very I guess I'm kind of
let's get some sopapillas.
Kind of a world traveler, dude. Are we? Let's
hold on. Luke, we'll do the Bible verse real quick. Luke is $2. Samuel 18:25. Now is this First Samuel? And Saul said, "Thus say ye to David, the king desireth not any dowry, but 100 foreskins of the Philistines to be avenged of the king's enemies. But Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines." Amen.
Amen.
Those foreskins are valuable, dude.
We still have to play.
We got to play this guy.
But did you see that they have David vs. Goliath on David vs. Goliath? There's a very popular TV show right now.
What?
Did you see that David vs. Goliath TV show?
Are you saying David vs. Goliath?
David versus Goliath.
What is this?
Yeah, like in the Bible.
What are you talking? What is this show?
It's a TV show that everybody's been talking about, and the Jews are really liking it. On maybe it's just my algorithm.
I don't know. Well, no,
it looks like it's a little bit better than like It looks like a little bit better than like a Lifetime movie.
Little Goblin fellow changed his request. He wants Kelmiko Easy Breezy. So let's put a pin in this, whatever this Jew program is.
It's just David slays Goliath.
And then we also got to talk about Minecraft, because I saw Michael in the chat say you just saw Minecraft. But anyway, so this is his Little Goblin fellow's actual request. Kelmiko Easy Breezy. This is Corn-Fed Radio.
Easy Breezy cover.
148.8.
KNIGG, the church.
Easy breezy. Easy breezy.
Hold up. Pause. What year is this?
What
year is this?
5 years ago.
Okay. 2020. Got it. I'm in.
Pretty cool.
Can I say, when I see Asian women that look like that, there's zero sexual energy coming. Not because they're not attractive, because when I meet those type of Asian women in real life, they have less than zero interest in me. They don't even register me as a man. So have an emotional attachment similar to that now. When I see them, I don't even see them as there's no path for me to ever be in a relationship with them. So they have become cartoonish NPCs that I run into in the world that are outside the spectrum of biology for me.
I think they're a couple cutie patooties.
I do too. What I'm saying is they would never be interested in me to the point, like when I talk to them at the casino or whatever, their eyes glaze over and they walk away. So because they're so far separated for the path of me ever being intimate with them, that they've become asexual to me.
Right. Well, not women are not just like sexual. They're not all sexual objects. They're not all.
They don't even want to be friends with me, Dalton. They are extras in the movie of my life.
Because you're a wide eye.
Yeah,
you're a round eye.
Like I said, I just hung out with the majority of the people I've been hanging out with for the past week have been all Asian people, and we've had a blast. I've rekindled my love for my Russian side of me, the Asian part of my.
I
my
liked
life.
the song, and I thought the video was creative.
I thought it was awesome. The mix between the cartoon and the claymation was amazing. Really good.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of
and they said "negger" a bunch of times in there, and
all right, relax.
What?
It's a it's a cool. It reminded me. It's a cool movie.
Yeah.
It's 2006, directed by Richard Linklater, and this was pre the redemption of Robert Downey Jr. when he was like starting to get back into movies.
Okay.
Did you ever see A Scanner Darkly?
No. Should I look
Really?
this up?
Yo, dog. Yeah, that video kind of reminded the way they did that video wasn't necessarily the same.
A scanner darkly.
Yeah, it's.
I got it right here. Is that got Keanu Reeves in it?
It's Keanu Reeves. Is all-star cast. It's Keanu Reeves, Winona Ryder, Robert Downey Jr., Woody Harrelson, and it's directed by Richard Linklater, and it's rotoscoped. So it's
this is crazy because this is so far out of my whatever. I've never even seen. This is the first I'm hearing of it, and I'm looking at the thing, and it's not even been in my peripheral of my entire life.
Really? I remember when it came out.
Oh, this trailer looks awesome
too. The trailer looked awesome, and then I missed it at the theaters, but as soon as it hit the shelf at Blockbuster, I rented it.
And this is really cool.
It's a really cool. It's based on a story by Philip K. Dick, and it's about I don't even remember. It's like a guy who is like trying to investigate this drug, and
it's got Woody Harrelson, Keanu
I can't,
Reeves,
dude. I
Winona
I haven't
Ryder.
seen it. I haven't seen it so long. It's such a mind-bending movie. It's a real trip of a movie. But the way it's the effect, the way it's animated is it's not necessarily fully animated. It's this technique called rotoscoping, which that music video just reminded me of, where they he films the actors doing the movie. He films them, and then they draw over that. Yeah. And so it creates this like really cool effect.
Yeah,
like
I'm watching the trailer. Super, super cool.
Yeah, it's the same technique that's used in the like Ralph Bakshi movies, the like Wizards, and the early Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings cartoons. Yeah. And then probably the most famous one is that movie Heavy Metal, does rotoscoping. And so then
interpolated rotoscoping.
Yeah, interpolated.
Okay. That's what I said. What I say. Yeah. On data from Goonies, dude.
It's a really cool movie. I haven't seen it since it came out, so I can't remember all the plot details. I remember it being like a really just a cool. At the time, I was like so young at the time. Probably like all of the actual like what the movie's actually about, or any of the subtext was lost on me. Yeah, I just remember thinking this looks awesome.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of the trailer here with the volume off, and that looked really cool. So the number one is Scanly Darkly 2006, but then the next things they're all talking about is TikTok, Instagram did a lot, and YouTube music videos, but they're not talking about any other movies that have used that technique.
A Scanner Darkly, maybe it's the only one that used it the way it used it, but there's definitely other rotoscoped
Walking Life, it's
Stuff.
saying American Pop, Heavy Metal, 1981, Fire and Ice, 1983, The Lord of the Rings, 1978. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the
what I remember.
Ralph Bach. I think that was Ralph Bakshi.
Walking with Dinosaurs in 1999, In the Spine of Night in 2021. Apollo 10 and a half, A Space Age Childhood. I don't remember that. That was recent.
Yeah,
Yeah. Interstellar 555.
that's Daft Punk.
Yeah. Yes. Anime hybrid. Yeah. And then various music videos by Kanye West, Gorillaz. Yeah. So
Oh, we need our prayer warriors for Gimp Gladly's mom. He's at the ER with his mom.
oh yeah,
Um,
let's take a second to give some prayers out.
Yeah, everybody go ahead and we need all our prayer warriors to pray for Gimp Gladly's mom. Father God, we pray for Gimp Gladly's mom. It's in Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Shout out to your mom
Yeah,
In
shout
the,
out to your mom.
in the ER, dude. Yeah.
Pat DeRosa is a Scanner Darkly is kind of mid. That's not true. It's awesome. Alex Jones is in it. I do remember that. Yeah, Alex Jones is in it. Because, Richard Linklater is an Austin guy. So, yeah.
Was he Bill Hicks when he was in it, or was he Alex Jones?
No, he's just playing kind of like an Alex Jones character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was a cool movie. Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'd like to
prayers
see
to Gimp Gladly's mom. She's got a port implanted for chemo and it's infected. Did they turn you into a cyborg for chemo? They give you like a
instead of
a matrix plug.
So if they're gonna constantly do chemo, what they'll do is they'll put a implant in you, so that instead of continuously poking you, they can put the chemo in that same hole, and then you keep it wrapped, and then you come back and then you do it again, and it can get infected. But basically, yeah, so they don't inject you over and over again.
Dude, that's a conspiracy. That's a real like conspiracy theory right there. How have we not figured out something else? Why is it still chemo?
Yeah. There's a lot of money in it, and once all that money goes in that technology, if new techniques come up, they usually get shelved because people have bought 10 years of products. Like, I don't know about chemo, but I know with like colonoscopies, they had a much easier, less invasive way to look at your colon, but there was 10 years of tubes and stuff that they had bought and manufactured to look up your ass.
We're underwater on ass tubes. We're not just gonna look at
So corporations were like, look, we can't just go with the camera, the invasive like camera stuff yet. We have to wait till we get all these tubes. So there's a bunch of people that are just getting tubes shoved up their ass when the new technology was out, dude.
Have you watched that show Common Side Effects?
No.
Yo, dude. This is like if you want to get noided, if you want to go full
I try to avoid the noid.
If you want to go full conspiracy brain, dude, you gotta watch this show because it's like Robbie told me about it, and he told me it was a cartoon on Adult Swim that Mike Judge does a voice on.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, cool. Not a cool, new, funny show to watch. And then I started watching it, and it is like a full-on thrill, like conspiracy thriller. It has like some funny moments here and there, but it's like more akin to like Michael Clayton than anything that's ever been on Adult Swim. It's not like a comedy show. It's about this guy who discovers a mushroom in Peru that can heal anything. It could even bring you back from death.
Okay.
It's like the perfect medicine. And he is like, going to war. He's like pissed off at this pharmaceutical company, and they're trying to take him down. And he just wants to be able to figure out a way to grow this mushroom and just give it to everybody.
Yeah.
To like in the pharmaceutical industry and the health insurance industrial complex and all that. And so it's like this conflict between this guy and the pharmaceutical industry. and all the health insurance, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's such an interesting show in that there's nothing black and white about it. Like everything exists in kind of gray areas. Like he has the right intentions, but like what he's trying to do is just causing tons of problems. And then even the pharmaceutical company, like the CEO, is like kind of who's voiced by Mike Judge, ends up being kind of like a sympathetic character. So it explores like all the ins and outs of like if there were a medicine that could eliminate the need for pharmaceuticals and even health insurance, like what would that look like?
Yeah.
Like how they carry it out to like how that would play out, I guess. And so it's like there's a scene where this one of the big shareholders for this pharmaceutical company is talking to the CEO because the CEO is telling him like we should figure out a way to like synthesize this. And the guy, he tells him, he goes, look, if you introduce this miracle medicine like this, that's going to like render what we do obsolete and health insurance obsolete, it's going to destabilize the entire planet, and it'll actually cause way more problems than it's going to be able to solve. And he just tells them like, you shouldn't even like, don't
Meaning,
even
like, because all these people would be out of work and we'd lose these jobs and these manufacturing companies and these nurses, these doctors.
Yeah,
this
just like the way the system is already set up, like the sort of equilibrium we already have is as shitty as it is. He's like, introducing this is going to destabilize everything to the point where it'll be like riots in the streets. Like you're gonna bring down so many markets that we may never recover from what the consequences of what this will do.
Yeah.
And it does introduce like an interesting point that's like, yeah, the world is so already like heavily invested in all these things like pharmaceuticals and health insurance and doctors and all that stuff that if there were like this miracle drug we've all been dreaming of, like how do we make the transition from what we have now to whatever this, you know what I mean? It would be like any moment in history, really, I guess, where there's like some kind of paradigm change where there's just several years where it's just nonstop conflict and bloodshed until everything levels off, I guess. That's what's happening right now economically, I guess. Well, from what as best as anyone's explained it to me, is that like all this the ideal what's the word I'm looking for? Result of all these tariffs and just like tearing down the economy, enforcing all these like corporations, I don't even, whatever everybody's talking about, is that I guess it like readjusts the market so that I don't even know, but then it's just going to suck ass for like years.
Yeah. So in a free market where there isn't these regulations and these like controls at the top level, when there's a problem, it gets adjusted really quickly, and there's a bunch of small adjustments constantly happening. But the idea is because they've been doing quantitative easing for so long, printing money, that we've been in a hyperinflated market for so long that we're going through a heavy recession right now. And that, it would bring everything back. Like, so what'll happen is the tariffs and all this will crash the dollar, which will crash the interest rates, will bring the housing market back down and all this stuff. And then you'll be able to afford a house and groceries and food and everything in the long run after things come back together. The problem is it's still just being controlled by Trump this time, by the other side. It's not a natural occurring thing. So the resources aren't going to where the market's directing them. It's going where the new oligarchy is directing them.
Yeah.
And who they're picking favorites now from their side. But I just think that,
well, I'll tell you, the meme market is in ruins.
Well, I was like, every day I was waking up and the market's crashing and it's red. And I kept thinking to myself, I have no idea what's going on. I'm looking at the charts and everything, all the information that I have, I can't figure this out. I've been doing this for a while. Why is everybody selling? And then it just hit me. If everybody's feeling like I'm feeling, they have no idea what's going on, then you just sell and you just hold in cash or you hold in a
Yeah.
stable until stuff is figured out, and then you make decisions. So I think everybody is selling stocks, cryptos, and everything into either cash or USDC to stabilize their investment, see what happens, and then get back into the
I
water.
saw,
So
yeah, I
there's
saw a guy, one of these financial guys I like. I think his name Nicholas Crown is his name. But he posted something where he said, because he's been working in finance his whole life, where he said this is not like a usual dip that's like a buying opportunity. He said
no,
this
this
is
is
not
a
like a
crash.
bear market. He said this is a full on sea change, and there's no precedence really. He said this is really a time to just be safe. He said like he's like everybody's pulling out, everybody's getting cash in hand.
Yep.
He said this is really like a time to batten down the hatches and just try to like secure yourself as much as you can and see what happens.
A couple people that I follow on crypto that got into like Ethereum at like $7 and stuff that have sold all their crypto into stable coins. They're predicting that Bitcoin will fall to about 40K, which would pretty much say that Bitcoin is going to cut in half. So what's going to happen to stocks, bonds, housing, and all that stuff in the meantime?
401ks.
Yeah, I will say, so for DeFi, my portfolio has been cut by 45%. So I wake up and I was like sick to my stomach every day. But the 24-hour volume of sale is so high. Like on some of these smaller coins that I own, it's been up to like $60 million worth of rotation, buying and selling in 20, that I'm making like 1.5% on my money. So even though my portfolio is like cut in half, the fees that I've been making have like tripled. So I'm like, so my like a $50,000 portfolio is now worth 25 that I was making like $200 a day on, but now I'm making like $800 to $1,000 a day on some of this stuff. So I need the market to recoup because I'm down so much that it would take forever for me to catch up with these fees.
Yo, I'm
in a really good position is what I was going to say. So I don't know how the average American is going to deal with this that had a couple thousand in like some stocks of Tesla or whatever, because it's like I'm sick to my stomach when I open my portfolio and it's all red. I saw the best meme I retweeted. It was basically the Seinfeld with Jerry and Kramer switch rooms, and he's got the Kenny Loggins across the street with the red. In the middle has just got the stock market and all red.
Oh yeah, what's going on there?
It's blaring in their face. Yeah, and he's like, "What's going on over there, Jerry?" And he's like, "It's tariffs." Tariffs.
Yeah, it's a strange time.
I don't know.
Nice.
Blessings to everybody. Keep the Lord in your heart, and I think that everything will work out just fine.
Kim Gladley's mom says thank you, by the way. Well,
yeah, shout out to your mom.
Yeah, I've been an idiot. It's so funny how it's like, well, I didn't really need this to happen for my funds to dwindle. I'm very good at losing my own money.
Yeah.
So it's like I've been an idiot with money in the past. Like all my investments were bad, and it makes you work harder. It inspires me, and so I'm crushing it, dude. Like in my day job, especially it's not like I want to fucking be working this job.
You're a piece of coal getting turned into a diamond.
Yes, I don't really want to do this job. I don't want to do this. My cousin is the one that helped me get this job, or he just told me that the company he works for is hiring. He's been there for 15 years, and I've told him, I said, I don't know how you haven't like killed yourself.
Some days I wonder how I haven't either to myself.
Yeah. But I will say that, like, given my circumstances, like I'm doing this job and working on all these other things, because I work on commission, it's like I am fucking killing it, dude. Today.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It was like such a. I was just like every call I get, because like sales is like such a weird thing, because like really the thing with sales is just like having a good attitude, like
Yeah.
being cheery enough that people want to talk to you,
Yeah.
and then just being like wildly, brazenly confident.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
just
I can see that.
just highballing everybody and being willing to like chip away at like the negotiation with them if they
Yeah.
push back. And if you
Just
have to,
assume the sale, assume the sale, assume the sale. Yeah.
yeah, and just like if you have to settle for like whatever the cheapest thing is they're trying to get,
Yeah.
but just keep like negotiating,
Yeah.
And so like I've just gotten better about. It's not even like it's such a small tweak where people will call and I'll just highball them. I'll just start pitching like crazy shit at them, and they'll be like, "Yeah, that sounds good," and I'm like, "Really?"
Yeah. Dude, we used to do that with vacuums when I used to go pitch the home maintenance system. And you're like vacuuming, you're like, it's kind of like manipulative, but it's also like you're trying to get rid of the objections up front. And you just walk in and when you're like on a streak of selling and you're like, "Hey, how's it going, Bob?" I'm like, "Are you the decision maker in the household?" Because I mean, I'm not here to clean carpets. I'm here to show you the best home maintenance system in the world. And at the end, you're going to want it. And I don't want you to not be able to get it because you have to talk to your wife. So you're the decision maker, right? And he's like, "Yeah." So like, "Perfect. What's the first thing you want to see?" And like, you have to kind of turn into that arrogant asshole. Because if you become meek and you see fear at all, they get fear. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like,
and then you can't fleece them for $1,200 for a home maintenance.
a lot of the smoke alarm chirping houses, they'll hit you with that like very abrasive attitude right off the bat. Like they ain't taking no shit.
Yeah.
They got the smoke alarm chirping, their kids are screaming.
Yeah.
They're screaming, and then they're barely even on the phone with you. They're screaming at somebody else. And so they're like very demanding.
Yeah.
They'll smell blood in the water immediately. Also, they don't have any fucking money or credit. So it's like really the only thing they can get anyway is the cheapest shit. Because it's like,
do they teach you qualifying questions? We used to have a list of qualifying questions we used to have.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have to. It's not necessarily like qualifying questions.
Like you work them into conversation, kind of.
Yeah, it's just asking them like all the things to try and get an idea of what you might be able to sell them.
Yeah,
and then like a lot of these people, more often than not, don't even have enough money in their bank account or their fucking Chime card to cover the prepayment for any service. Yep. So I have to get them the fucking cheapest shit that doesn't require any sort of credit check or prepayment.
Well, like if I had like an appointment to go in and show a Kirby at like Wednesday at like 2:00, right? You're like, "What are you doing home on Wednesday at 2:00?" So you probably can't afford this. So you got to walk in and be like, "Hey, how's it going? Is it your day off today?" And they're like, if they're like, "Yeah, I work the weekend, so I get Tuesday and Wednesday off." You're like, "Oh, awesome. What do you do?" And like, "Oh, I'm a doctor. I'm a nurse. I'm a surgeon." You're like, bang. You're like, "No, actually, I'm unemployed right now. I'm looking for a job." And they're like, "Oh, blah, blah, blah." Then you're like, "I got to just vacuum and get the fuck out of here because this person's."
Yeah. I talk to so many people like each day who like don't even have funds. Like they don't have a bank account. And the way they like are able to access money is either through like a Cash App debit card, or a Chime card, or like Green Dot.
It's funny that maybe they should have a chirp card. Card.
And so it's like where I work at, you could either run a credit check to sign up for like what I'm selling, or just pay $25 instead of having to do a credit check.
Yep.
And I talked to so many people the other day who just don't have $25. They're just like, "Oh, I can't cover that right now." Yeah. And then I'm like, "What do you want to run a credit check?" And they'll do the credit check, and then that comes back bad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "All right, well, I guess I'll sign you up for the cheapest fucking thing possible that requires neither of those things." Because, dude, I don't, dude, it's just like, I don't know how people are surviving.
Well, we used to have A loans and B loans because you could finance the Kirby too. You could get a low price for cash. You could finance it. But if you sold the B loan, you only made $50 commission.
Right.
If you sold an A loan, you got everything above $900 that you could sell. So you could go in starting at $2,000 and make $1,000 selling one home maintenance system that lasts a lifetime with a lifetime warranty and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I still have mine. So like I've had mine for 20 years. So like the thing works. I didn't feel bad. But when you do start, like when you're in a tough money spot, you start looking at people like paychecks and your time. You're like, oh, I don't want to waste my time with somebody who can't buy, or even a B loan that I'm only going to make $50 for 2 hours.
Dude,
when I could be at an A loan house where I'm making $500.
I've wasted so much fucking time on shit because I can't just hang up on someone, but I've like definitely just suffered through a fucking hour-long phone call where it's like, I'm making no money on this.
Brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like this person just was not gonna budge. They want the cheapest fucking thing possible.
Oh, Indian people?
Yeah. Dude. The company I work, I can't say the name of the company.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna dox myself. The company I work for has a product that from 2011 till December of last year cost $10. Come December, they raise it to $15.
Extra $5.
It's $5 more.
Yeah.
I get these, dude. I've gotten so many calls, and this is Indian people usually who want they heard from some fucking.
Everybody pretends like they're not racist until you get a sales job and you start seeing repeat stereotypes over again.
Dude, I get so many calls because, like, usually, like a lot of people heard from somebody that there's a $10 thing, and I tell them, well, it's $15 now, and they go, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Indian people, they'll be like, yeah, my cousin or my child bride, whatever their situation, whoever they heard it from, told me that I could get this for $10, and I go, well, it's $15 now, and they go, well, don't you have like some kind of like other discount or something? And I go, no, it's the cheapest possible thing possible.
Yeah.
There's no way to reduce. It's already the most reduced. It's 15. And they go, and they just keep trying to haggle it down.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like, no, I want it for 10. And I go, well, that doesn't exist. And then they'll just go, all right, well, have a nice day. And then just hang up. And I'm like, you gotta be, it's like, dude, I mean,
I think I told
$15.
I think I told this story on here before, but like when I was like 19, 20, I was doing the sales, and this older guy who's like 35, he took me out and we got to an Indian house. He went in there. He's like, oh, we just got to clean and get out of here. They're Indian. He's never going to buy. He's going to waste all our day. We're going to get to another appointment. And so I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they sent me. They put I'm with a racist guy. This guy thinks, people are different.
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, you were telling me about
So then I started doing Indian houses, and like I'd start and then negotiate, and they'd have me they'd finally just barrel me down to like a price lower than I ever like. They just tell you over and over again that 900 is the absolute bottom, and we never go lower than that. And you call management, and they give it to 850. Like, okay, my boss said you can have the used one that I brought here for $850 if you do it cash, and we do it today. I've never seen it this low. I can give you the extra bags if you want all this stuff. And they're like, can you do it maybe 800 or whatever? I can't do an Indian accent. It's like, so there's no bottom for that. They just want to negotiate and waste your time. So you're like, I can't. So now you're just packing up your stuff, and they still think you're in a negotiation with you, and then you leave. And it's done. And they've just wasted 4 hours of your life.
Dude, Robbie was telling me he went and saw that the current Broadway run of Glengarry Glen Ross with Bill Burr and Kieran Culkin and Michael McKean and Bob Odenkirk and all them. And he said that's in this version of the play now is like this runner about because you've seen Glengarry, right? It's about salesmen. You ever seen Glengarry? Glen Ross?
The salesman?
No. Glengarry Glen Ross is the movie version has the famous Alec Baldwin scene where he's like, "Put that coffee down. Coffee is for closers." You know what I'm talking about?
I know that thing, but I've never watched it.
It's about salesmen, like real estate salesmen. Anyway,
yeah.
So in the current Broadway play that's running with Bill Burr and all them, Robbie was telling me that's part of this version of it is like how selling to Indians sucks. Like,
Yeah.
they have like this running joke throughout it about how nobody wants the leads that are like Indians, and that at one point Kieran Culkin has a line where he's like, "A fucking Patel? You give me a fucking Patel?" And so, so it is like, and I know the play is supposed to exemplify like the sleaziest of scumbag salesmen, but there's a lot of truth in that.
Yeah,
They do not want to spend money.
It's part of their culture to negotiate, but there's just no bottom, and we haven't. And like, there's something lost in translation with it. What's funny about that is there was a Subway shops like in the East Coast, kind of a lot of them are owned by Indian people. And there was a really good Subway shop where I knew the owners and everything that I would go to like almost like once a month when I was in the area and talk to the owners or whatever, owned by these Patels. That was their actual last name. And I would get Subway. Well, I had my class reunion and I was hanging out with these two Indian women that I graduated with and rekindled some friendships with them. And their last name was Patel. And we were just talking and I brought up, I'm like, oh, I love the Patels that like own this Subway or whatever. And they got pissed at me because they thought that I was using Patel as a derogatory term to say like Indian people in general. And then I was like, I stood up for myself because like, you two aren't even related and both your last names are Patel. And this guy's last name is Patel. So even if I was, you got to admit there's a lot of you with the last name Patel. Can we at least agree on that? And they held my feet to the fire, dude. And so I was like, oh, the women are even like the men, but instead of negotiating prices, they'll argue with you to the bottom and then not give up.
Do you think if Martin Lawrence was Indian, he would say Patel that?
I do think so.
Dude, I went to a Patel Subway.
Thank you. Wow, what a treat, Cody.
Dude, I went to a Patel Subway when I worked at Home Depot. On my lunch break, there was a Subway like right across the street, and it was a Patel Subway. And it was some Indian guy that worked there, and I guess he also was like the manager or whatever. And so I get my,
and he owned the incense shop next door.
Yeah. So I get my sweet onion chicken teriyaki. And
good pick.
And he tries to upsell me on the chips and drink, and I go, no, I'll just have a cup of water. But I'm feeling a little mischievous,
Oh no, free soda.
I take my water cup over there, and I fix myself a cup of sweet tea. And dude, he lost his fucking mind, dude.
Yeah.
He looked at me and he goes, no, sir, pour it out.
I would rather you pour this out than disrespect me.
Yeah, and I was like, well, I already poured you. So what? The tea has been poured.
Yeah.
But he wanted to like set an example. He wanted to like teach me a lesson. Like, you're gonna pour that fucking tea out, and if you want to use that cup, fill it with water. And I just was like, how about I just never come to this fucking shitty? I don't even like Subway.
Yeah. They did have, this sounds like it was $5 when they were actually $5 though.
It was still like reasonably affordable, but it's like I guess because like I worked at Subway my senior year of high school.
Yeah.
So it's like I just don't have any desire to ever eat there again, really. Like if I want to go get a sub sandwich, the better of the chains would be like Jimmy John's, and the best is Jersey Mike's. So if I can find a Jersey Mike's, I'll spend that premium dollar at Jersey Mike's. It's a little bit more, but it's a much better sandwich.
We just got a Jersey Mike's here, and unfortunately they don't have any vegan options, so I've never ate, but I've heard a lot of good things. But
I wouldn't go to a deli for I'll go to a fucking sandwich shop for vegan food.
Prior to 2015, I ate a lot of Subway. When I lived in Newport, Rhode Island, we would watch Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore just about every day. And one of my roommates would literally call us up on a landline and be like, I went to Subway. And we'd be like, so? And do the whole bit or whatever. But we would literally get 2 large like Italians or 2 large meatballs or whatever and split them amongst 3 people. So it was $10 or whatever.
Dude, Subs is
It
like
lived
one of
off
my,
it.
Dude,
Lived off
Subs
Subway.
is one of my favorite foods. Like a big ass fucking sandwich.
Yeah.
Like a deli meat sandwich, dude, is almost nothing better. Like
Yeah,
at Jimmy John's,
really
they got
good.
this one called the Gargantuan, which is just like every meat.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And then you go to Jersey Mike's, and the Jersey Mike's Italian for a chain, you know, for like a chain restaurant, that's probably like the best sandwich you're gonna get at any chain. It's so fucking good. It's not like of the same quality as like your local Italian deli
Yeah.
or whatever. But for a place that's like consistent, that's just like, you know, you can find a Jersey Mike's pretty much anywhere. It's awesome.
I miss couple things. I never got to go to Quiznos,
Yeah, Quiznos was never that good.
but prior to I grew up in like pizza restaurants or whatever, and I used to make Italian grinders myself. And
we
like,
have a question for you.
You toast the fresh bread or whatever and all that stuff, and I'll never be able to have that again. I could, but I don't. I don't eat gummy bears. They got gelatin in them. I don't eat gummy bears.
Don't eat gummy
They do have
bears.
vegan versions, which don't use gelatin, but I don't do gelatin candies.
I do eat gummy bears, so if anybody wants to send me gummy bears, especially chocolate covered gummy bears, send them out. Do not send me sugar free. I want the sugar. I want the candy.
They have some really good vegan gummies that are sweetened with actual fruit juice that I've had that are
Hey,
that are
miss
really
me
good.
with that shit, dude. If I'm eating candy, I want fucking science.
I'm telling you, corn, like you can get some really good juice like flavored gummies where it's really tangy. Sometimes it's almost too sweet. If you get like a puree, it's like a pureed strawberry made into a gummy, and they're like squares and they're all uneven. They're really good.
Yeah,
It's
I will
almost too
say
sweet sometimes.
it is-
Yeah, you kind of do want the chemicals instead of the actual fruit.
candy is kind of stupid because like the other day I had a hankering for watermelon, and so
Yeah.
I just ended up eating like watermelon Sour Patch Kids, and it in no way satisfied. I was just like, yeah, this actually sucks. I'd rather just have, I want a watermelon. This is not
Yeah.
satiating that craving I had.
We had a 70 degree day, and like everybody was out. The ice cream shops opened up, and like everybody it was like 60. It wasn't even 70. People like running in shorts. The ice cream stores were open, everything. So I was like, oh man, I'm craving an ice cream. Everybody's walking around like Joe Biden right now. So I hopped in and I bought the So Delicious ice cream sandwiches that are dairy free, and
Yeah.
I ate the whole box and ended up getting sick. I can't have sweets in the house because I'm a fat boy at heart.
You know
I
what's
ate
a
a
cool
whole
candy?
box of ice cream sandwiches. So good.
You know what's a really cool candy, and it's like cool. It tastes good. And it's like philosophically interesting because so it's like cola, like cola flavor
Yeah.
is like a synthesized flavor that has no analog in nature.
Yep.
So like when you drink a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi, an RC,
Yeah.
that flavor cola doesn't exist anywhere except
Are you talking about the cola gummies
so the cola the
or
Haribo,
the bottle caps?
the
wax
Haribo
bottle
cola
cap?
bottles, the Haribo.
Yeah, I remember those.
They have the regular and then they have the sour.
Yeah.
Those are really good. The cola gummies are awesome, but it's also
Haribo
like,
has gelatin in them, so I haven't had those in a long time.
it's also like a you know like a Slavyov Zizek sort of philosophical thing where it's like you have a candy that is mimicking or approximating a flavor that does not exist.
Yeah. Well,
They,
you know
like-
the story about banana flavored candy and like banana runs.
the big Michael banana or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah.
Is like kind of went mostly extinct. And
Yeah,
so
there was
they-
a bacteria or a fungus that made it go extinct.
So get
But the
this,
flavor of banana that we have in candy is mimicking that old banana flavor, not the current banana flavor.
So I have here. This is one of my favorite things. The Geek Bar Pulse X Banana Taffy Freeze disposable vape.
You're smoking a banana, dude? That's kind of
So
gay when you
this-
think about it.
Yeah, so this is a vape that is meant to substitute cigarettes. So it's like that satisfies the craving for nicotine with a completely synthesized version of it. That
It's
is
science,
itself. It is science. That is itself mimicking, or rather, like approximating a candy flavor that is approximating a banana that no longer exists.
It's even deeper than that because nightshades, which give you the nicotine that you eat, was genetically like modified into tobacco to make it heavier and heavier through generational growth. So the original tobacco is kind of manipulated. Then you were supposed to smoke it, but now you vape it. And now you vape the fake nicotine juice in there with the fake banana flavor.
Dude, this tastes just
Yeah,
like
dude,
a banana.
you're basically the future, dude. You're a flying car, dude.
I am in the future.
You look like Star Trek, dude. You look like Captain Kirk right now smoking.
Dude,
on
I'm
that thing,
smoking
dude.
a banana taffy freeze vape.
Yeah.
So it's also got something in it that makes it feel like cold.
Yep.
And then I'm drinking a Coke Zero. So it's a cola, which is a flavor that doesn't exist, with a sugar substitute, so it's 0 calories. I'm on the internet, dude. I'm in the
Yeah,
future.
You're Max Headroom, dude. I actually don't know if Dalton really exists, dude. I've never met Dalton. I could be
Yeah.
tuning in every day into the algorithm right now, plugging into the matrix, and he's just a figment of my imagination.
Is there a cola nut? Because there is that.
There's a
Is there such a-
coconut.
No, because there is the Iggy Pop intro on what song is it?
So cacao so they made Coca-Cola during Prohibition because they couldn't have alcohol. So he made a drink with cocaine, and then when they banned cocaine, they added sugar to it, I think, to continue selling it, and they sold it to the troops and gave the troops free soda, so they came back, they would be addicted.
So there's the intro on the song Infilade by At the Drive-In is this like a phone call being made by a character, I don't know, but the voice is Iggy Pop, and he has a
You gotta-
line where.
Jack off a koala bear to get the cola nut, dude, and put it in the drink.
But I always thought I never knew if this was actually referencing anything that's real. But Iggy Pop says, he says, "Hello, Mother Leopard. I have your cub. You must protect her, but that will be expensive. 10,000 cola nuts wrapped in brown
Colas.
paper."
Adam,
I never knew if that was
Carolla
like
nuts.
Adam Carolla nuts.
Yeah,
Should I pull it up? I mean, we have other song requests, but it is a cool song.
yeah. Pull that. I need to actually deposit some coconut water, so I'll be back.
Okay.
So everybody enjoy the soothing sounds of Dalton Pruitt.
Yeah. Well, actually, Brosif requested a song. The Jackie Chan. I don't even know if Brosif's still here. Sorry, we're late getting to the request. But Brosif requested a song by Jackie Chan. I didn't know Jackie Chan did like an Eddie Murphy thing where he made a song called "Okay, I Love You." So this is Cornfed Radio 148.8 KNIGG. Here we go.
來拍拖當做戲，唔信戀愛道理，失敗我放棄。尋晚經碰着你，同看心裏日記，使我印象有咗你。冇心記住你，無意識掛住你，只為愛上你。
Yeah, Jack. Is this Jackie Chan?
或起同你的缺陷美，使我印象有咗你。遺忘做戲，完全為
Is there anything Jackie Chan can't do?
已經乾枯的心，點點水珠泛起。OK, I love you， 願你有快樂原地，陪着你，迷着你，如若置身穿梭機。OK, I love you， 愛上了你，請你莫逃避。
Dude. You know, I just remembered something because it's like a lot of these Asian countries, whether it's China, Korea, Japan, will just like all their media will just also have like here and there peppered in just English words.
Yeah.
Like whether they didn't have like an actual thing in their language for it, or they just put it in for flair.
Yeah, like Gangnam Style has a lot of that. Yeah.
Dude, one time I went to this Korean barbecue restaurant and they had all these like vintage Korean magazines on the like as decorations, like behind a glass thing on the wall. And one of the magazines, it's like this beautiful Korean woman in a bikini doing like a Korean face. And all,
the Korean Rizzler.
Everything's in Korean. It's all the Korean lettering, but then just like all the way down the like side of the magazine next to her face, it just says AIDS. I don't know if they know what that is or what this is about. But it was all this Korean shit and it just said AIDS. Yeah, that was awesome. This reminded me of that. I could not afford to eat there. That was very expensive. I had to leave because it was like one of them places that was like $130 for a meal because you were supposed to share it. So I was like, I can't eat here.
Jackie Chan, he's like the Chinese Chuck Norris, right?
No.
He does it all.
Do not insult Jackie Chan.
He sings, he dances, he does actual martial arts. He's a famous movie star.
Dave, that's just an insult to Jackie Chan.
And he's a real estate mogul. He's everything, dude.
Jackie Chan, like by the time we got Jackie Chan, like we were getting him in Rush Hour.
No, but I mean the mythos, not the actual thing. He's like the mythos of Chuck Norris. Like when you know what I mean? You could be like Jackie Chan went to the Virgin Islands and now they're just the islands.
Right. I guess so. Yeah. But it's just because like Chuck Norris's whole career was like his movies were never even good. And his like the martial arts that you would see him do in the movies and the stunts were all like, you know, shot and choreographed and all that, like, you know, in a very like shitty movie way. Jackie Chan, like his entire career was doing like Jackass, but for movies. Like he was doing shit that was like every movie he made, it was like, I don't know how he survived making this movie.
But he did like real stunts. Like he used to fall into the cardboard boxes and stuff, the old school.
Dude, he did so many stunts that like
he's like a modern day
horrifically injured him.
Yeah, he did like not Charlie Chaplin, but the other guy there, Buster Keaton. He's a modern day Buster Keaton.
If you watch Police Story, there's multiple stunts he does in that you can't even understand like how he survived them. The big one is like at the end of Police Story, he does this move where they're in a mall and he's on like the second story of this mall and he's got to catch the guy. So he jumps onto this pole that's like surrounded by all these like lights wrapped around it, and he slides down. And as he's sliding down, these lights are popping, like he's breaking them.
Yeah,
and then he falls through the thing, and it like that stunt, he suffered like second-degree burns.
Yeah, but here's the thing. His other options were join the military, work in an iPhone factory, or get a pin in your brain. So, like, I guess he picked the right avenue. You know what I mean?
Dude,
like,
he does. Dude, I gotta find the the stunt he does in Story 3.
it's like compared to what? So he picked a good path. Like, oh, I got hurt making millions of dollars in movies. It's like, yeah, and there's people that are breathing in toxic waste, packing like baby dolls for a nickel right now in a factory somewhere, soldering Nintendo 64s and iPhones together. And they have to put nets in the windows, and they like live in these commune tubes or whatever. Or you can just go literally live in a rice field outside a kingdom.
Dude, he does this stunt. I think it's in a movie called Who Am I? Or maybe that's a localization, because I could have swore this was like one of the Police Story movies. But it's this building in the Netherlands that's like a famous piece of architecture. Dude, you gotta see this shit. Dude, check this out.
Dude, he's the best, dude. He's like Tom Cruise, dude. He does all his own stunts.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Dude. He actually did this.
That looks pretty fun, dude. Hey, you don't want to dishonor your family, Dalton. Sometimes you got to do this.
Dude. A little physical comedy.
He
there.
does just look like a giant Data from Indiana Jones.
Dude, he did that stunt twice. It took 2 takes.
Yeah,
Good
for him.
He did that with like no there's no like equipment or wires or anything to like ensure that he doesn't get killed doing this.
Yeah.
He actually just ran down the side of a building.
I'm sure they had some egg crates or whatever on the other side, some apple cardboard boxes on the other side of that ledge, dude.
I'm pretty sure if he fell, he's just dead. He did so many stunts like that. And that was like all before he started doing like Hollywood movies. Like his career in Hong Kong was just like almost killing himself for every movie. And then I think when he did Rush Hour, who directed Rush Hour? It was Brett Ratner.
Yeah.
Brett Ratner had no idea how to shoot fights, like martial arts. Jackie Chan actually kind of is the actual director of Rush Hour, because he basically had to step in and show him how to direct like fights and stuff like that.
Yeah. I buy and import products from Hong Kong now into the United States. And you have to email back and forth because there's a language barrier and it takes 24 hours because of the time difference. And I had to start using ChatGPT because it is like the movie tropes where you're like, hey, so, I ordered this on whatever, and I was supposed to get an update on, the 5th, and it's the 7th, and I haven't heard, and they write you back and like, I am so sorry, I have dishonored you and whatever, and so I had to I felt like embarrassed just being like, thank you, that's very, very sweaty of you. You know what I mean? So I had to start using ChatGPT to write them back with an appropriate amount.
So what's happening
respect.
with these conversations is just like American Chat GPT is communicating with Hong Kong Chat GPT.
Yes.
I doubt either one of you are writing these emails.
Yeah, I have to go in and delete all the long hyphens, and I have to delete the beginning. That I hope this email finds you well, and then copy and paste and send it out. Yeah. Yeah, they set it up for stupid American, and they they have to translate it to "sorry for dishonoring you," and really they're telling me to go fuck myself in whatever language.
I'll tell you what, man. After watching all them, the stuff that iShow Speed has been putting up, him in John King or whatever fucking province, I gladly welcome the Chinese century. I'm onboarded to the Chinese century. I'm ready to become Chinese.
Yeah. I think I'm turning Chinese. Something. Yeah.
Yeah, I gladly welcome our new Chinese leaders.
Nick Mullen was way ahead of us, dude. I mean, he named us. Dude, how hilarious is that? So he has that special, right, that he's releasing, and the whole purpose of naming it that was supposed to he was trying to get into the Chinese algorithm.
Yeah.
For Year of the Dragon, and then the guy he paid like whatever amount of money to put it together put it in there wrong and called it the Year of the Dragon, and he couldn't change it because it was already set up to be released or whatever, or in all the merchandise. But Mullen way ahead of the crowd of joining the Chinese Communist Party.
This year is the year of the snake.
Yeah. Well, his thing came out last year.
Ironic because Real Ass Podcast just ended. Lewis, the year of the snake.
A lot of people are saying that's why Lewis ended it.
It's because of the year of the snake.
Yeah.
It's a very funny move for Lewis to be like, Real Ass Podcast is ending. It's the Lewis and Zach show now. We got to change it to
and rebrand,
get better numbers on YouTube, and then just a few months later, just be like, actually, I'm just gonna leave.
Well, what happened was they're like, well, we can't have ass in the thing because they're not getting anything, so they changed it. They started editing everything down, whittling it to show that it wasn't even about. They're not even having new guests on. It's the same guests, and their ratings were even lower after the swap over.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, we just gotta end this once and for all. But when you think about it, Lewis is doing the regs, which is doing really well. He's doing LOS, which is doing well, and he's doing Story Wars, which really took off.
Yeah.
So to drive in and do the morning show with Zach, which, he can just showcase new comedians on Story Wars now, kind of like a Kill Tony.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't begrudge him or think. I mean, he's got to do.
I'm not joking around, and maybe I'm biased, and you guys are gonna all laugh at me, but I really do think in history, when they write about comedians that helped other comedians, they will look back at Luis Gomez, and his name will come up.
Yeah.
Think about Matt. Think about Shane. Think about the amount of people. Even when when Tony got canceled. Right? When Louis C.K. got canceled and they came back, Lewis was the one that got them back in. Before Kill Tony was popular right now, Tony got canceled. Lewis put him on Skankfest and on all the stuff, and he didn't get up on it. Now he's big.
Well, that might be one of
Louis C.K. came back to Skankfest after he was canceled, and his first show was at the Skankfest performance.
Yeah, that might be one of Lewis's greatest sins is keeping the fires of Kill Tony embered. Should let it be snuffed out.
Yeah, maybe.
He ushered in. It was like the end of Dark Souls, dude. He ushered in a new age of man and linked the fire. Which I get. The one interpretation of Dark Souls is that's actually a bad thing to do.
What I don't like about, and maybe it is what it is. What I don't like about Kill Tony is the same thing I don't like about rap sometimes. Is like to keep it sexy, like Emperor's New Clothing. It actually would be kind of more fun if Kill Tony was more like he was actually like Simon Cowell, where when a shitty comedian came up, they kind of roasted him more. Because everybody that goes up there that's like even remotely okay, they pretend like it's the greatest new thing that's ever happened.
Right.
And then you're like, I can't even watch this because I can't suspend my belief.
Comedy's really hard. It's like the hardest job ever. And there's probably like only like 80 something people that can do it.
I would say less than that, maybe 25 at the most.
It's so difficult. It's
is.
so hard.
Well, that's why you and me have been put on the internet in at the bottom here.
Yeah,
doing a very serious Bible study.
They sound
because
like
it's so
old,
difficult to entertain people with comedy.
They sound like so out of touch when they talk like that, because it's like, as much as I love like stand up and do it, like doing stand up feels awesome when you do well. It's so antiquated. Like I don't even understand the kind of person, because I got into it in 2014.
Yeah,
you know, this is when I started going to open mics. I don't understand anyone now who it doesn't make sense to even want to go do it.
Well, here's the so if Cat Williams came out and said something like, "There's only so many people in the world that can do what I do. It's very difficult," and blah blah blah. Then you would be like, okay, if we're going to take all comics and put them up against what Cat Williams does for a show and how consistent he's been over so many years with this stuff, then you're like, yeah, he's kind of right with what he's saying. But when Kill Tony says it, it's like, well, I know plenty of people that I consider at your level. Like,
well, I just mean like now, and this is like the conversation I've had with Crack a lot, where it's like, you look at like what the like Gen Z and around that age, like maybe like 23 and younger, you know, like what they're getting up to, where it's like, you could just go on, like do a YouTube stream or Twitch stream, and it's like the big one, and actually get an audience and make money and just like, you know, do whatever you want. And, you know, like actually the big thing is like actually make money doing it, because like, dude, like comedy is like such a, like stand-up is such a fucking scam for the comedian. Like when you're an open micer, dude, you're just like,
yeah, the bringer shows and the clubs are all basically like, I'm going to start to sound like Kanye if I go too deep into this, but there's gatekeepers in all these places that are making the money, and they're taking advantage of the actual talent.
There's so much of being in like doing open mics, like if you're like early into it, where you actually are being asked to pay to perform, like where it's like, it's $5 to sign up for this open mic. And so it's not only are you not getting paid to do anything, you're paying to humiliate yourself in front of like a coffee shop. Whereas
it really hasn't changed, because like YouTube is owned by this, like still kind of a gatekeeper. And it's like, they're still taking a cut and they're still making more money off this or whatever than the entertainers are. But the barrier of entry has still kind of been at least decentralized, where if you can get a cheap mic and a cheap webcam that you can try.
Yeah, and you don't have to drive anywhere. You don't have to like stand up is like such a specific thing. And I mean, yeah, when it goes well, it's great. When it goes poorly, it's fucking hell on earth. It's just like, I just paid anywhere from $5 to some places I saw charge as much as like $10. I paid anywhere from $5 to $10 to fucking bomb in front of other comedians. And now I just have
paying to bomb is like, you just want to go home and lay in bed, dude, and you're like, dude, I need drugs to go to sleep right now.
Dude, you worked all week, you worked for this money, and now you're like paying money to fucking bomb in front of like 20 other comedians just waiting to go up. Yeah. You got nothing done. You got fucking scammed by the open mic host. I can't even wrap my head around. Like, if I'm 20 now, because like the first open mic I went to, I was 20.
Yeah.
If I'm a 20-year-old now, I'd be like, who gives a fuck about stuff? I would not even be into. I'd be like, yeah, look at Speed. He's in fucking China. They're handing him KFC bags with bananas in it. He's having a good time. Like, why would I want to go spend my night with a bunch of fucking 50-year-old failures who have been doing open mics for the last 20 years? I want to fucking do that.
So, and I don't know, like, so you're very introspective. So like, it'd be very difficult for you to go out there and bomb over and over again. But if you ever did make it, you would be very successful. And this is no shot at Saul, because I do know that Sal.
His name
I
is
do know.
Sal.
I do know that Sal is somewhat introspective, but there is a part of him that kind of lacks a little bit of that, which makes him so much better at comedy, because he can go out there and be loose without that little voice, like, completely destroying him before he's even bombed in his own. So there is a part of people that are better at the craft when they don't have that fear voice talking to them.
Yeah. I never cared too much about bombing. Like, I was always like, I don't know.
Not in the moment, but afterwards. Don't, when you're playing it over and over again and being like self-reflective, it didn't eat you up?
No, I mean, after enough times,
Yeah.
for me, I got over it. Like, I just was like, it got to a point where, like, I would if I bombed, I just would be like, that's just par for the course.
I guess that makes sense, because when I used to do the band and we would go up, even if we were like, oh, that wasn't our best performance and we made mistakes like here in these songs, you realize that the crowd didn't recognize that it's you that was hyper fixated. The crowd's having a good time.
It's also just a matter of like being present and like being there in the moment with the craft. I hate fucking talking about the craft of comedy, but it's like, I saw so many people either like stubbornly keep trying to do their material or just let bombing disintegrate them in front of the audience. And I just always like, you get to a point where like bombing itself, you just kind of accept as like it's just part of it. But then also it's like, you just have to like figure out how to bob and weave, where it's like, well, who gives a shit about my fucking shitty jokes anyway? What can I do now to entertain these people?
You got to be in the moment of entertaining instead of. That's something you got to learn in podcasting.
Well, that was just like something I figured out about like it. What am I trying to do? Like, do I really? Is my goal to like try and come up with fucking clever, witty fucking things to say, or do I want to entertain people? Yeah. And I guess there's like comedians who are very married to the idea of like crafting jokes.
Sam
but
Burrell,
I was always just like
Mark Norman.
Yeah, my thing I'm of the mind where it's like a case by case basis, where it's like I just would like for this room full of people to be. I just would like to entertain. Like whatever, I have jokes, but like I'm willing to throw them out the fucking window if that's not what they're into, and I'll like figure something else out.
Yeah, that's what Cedric said.
Yeah, the entertainer.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody knows about entertaining people, it would be Cedric the Entertainer.
When you start podcasting and you're having the stuff, it's probably the same on stage when you're joking and you're going through bits and lines or whatever. Is sometimes you got to have a mix of staying in the moment, but also remembering a thread that came up in the past, and then bringing it back up when it's time to bring it back up. But sometimes you have to just let go of something that you missed. Like trying to hit a joke or a bit from 5 minutes ago just doesn't work. And sometimes it's hard to let it go in your brain.
That is where improv, as much as improv sucks, that's where they kind of got the right idea, which is just like, continuing on. Yeah. Like just agreeing with like the reality of what's happening and moving forward with like whatever the scene is asking for. Yeah, improv sucks, but that is like a good philosophy where it's like
there's okay mixes about it. Sorry.
Well, no, I just like that kind of idea of like this is just this moment. Like this, this is happening right now, and it's just like whatever is needed for like this moment. Like we'll just continue on. Whereas like I think like stand-ups get like too caught up in the idea of like they make it too precious, where I'm like, this whole fucking thing started as like just something that a guy would do at a strip club before the titties were out. Yep. Like you go back to like the origins of like, I guess.
Imagine even thinking that's what you're going to do. They're like, hey, I want to go up and tell jokes to people and they're going to laugh. And you're
Yeah.
like, what, Scott? You're fucked up. That ain't gonna work, bro.
Yeah, because I mean, I know that there was like probably a version of stand up that existed before that, but like
Probably
the
like
room-
vaudeville shows.
Yeah, but like the idea of like a nightclub stand up comedian that starts with just like, you know, that starts in like strip clubs. Like you just like some guy would go to like a mob run strip club and be like,
Have you seen?
like,
Have you heard of titties?
yeah, can I do stand up before the strippers come out?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't understand the reverence that anyone has for stand up because I'm like, it's fucking stupid from the beginning. It's a fucking dumbass. That was why I was attracted to it because I was like, oh, this is really dumb. And I just was like, that sounds fun. And now it's like, now it just doesn't even seem funny anymore because it's become so important that like Joe Rogan influences like a presidential election. Where I'm like, well, you're kind of like sucking the fun out of it.
Yeah.
When it becomes that important.
Well, when you look at like Trump, and I was talking about this on my Twitter line too, right? Nick Fuentes. If you can separate the politics from it and just watch them from an outside, they're very entertaining and they're kind of funny. And it's kind of funny when they're like,
Nick
take
Fuentes is a scumbag who is extremely funny.
yeah, when
He
they
is
put him,
funny.
when they put those clips of him like on a date, and like you show up at a date and that's who's across, or like he's across from the H&R, like a H&R Block tax guy talking about something extremely funny. And so I could see how in the past, if somebody was that charismatic and being funny, somebody else thinking, what if I just tried on purpose to be funny and got on stage and cut out all the bullshit? Like, you know, that's how I gotta assume that it started. Like people giving speeches or trying to sell something in front of a crowd, and then somebody else being like, what if I just don't have any motive except trying to make them laugh?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all very. It's really it is just like people unfit to actually function in polite society. They're
Yeah.
trying to figure out a way to achieve upward mobility in spite of the fact that they have no worthwhile skills. And then,
Laughter, making people laugh with your buds is a good skill, though.
yeah, I suppose so. But it's like
You know what I mean?
it goes back to that. It goes back to that thing where it's like the structure of like a capitalist, like market capitalist society.
Yeah.
Is the only thing that can really like allow for that, because it's like it's that joke where the people always ask like, what is your job going to be on the commune? Where it's like, yeah. I guess if it is like a co-op commune kind of situation, like, do you guys need someone who's good at jokes?
Everybody thinks, when they're on the commune, they're going to be at the top, the leader, figuring everything out. But most of them are going to be in the fields, like raking rice, you know?
Yeah.
The hard thing about that stuff.
In any other time in history, or like any other sort of like societal structure, I would just be a peasant. They would hand me like a sickle and be like, go out into the fucking rice paddies and start cutting up rice. Yeah. And I'd be like, but my back hurts. And then they would just stone me to death. You're a burden on the community.
I remember when I played like football and stuff, I was always like, practice, try as hard as I could, but I just didn't have the drive like everybody else. So I was like top tier middle, but never really good. So I was like, throughout history, like I would just be dead because I would be like the soldiers that they sent out to get killed. Dude, not like the top.
You don't even
warriors.
have to go that far back for me to be worthless and die early. Like, dude, I just think about like if I was in a like trying to survive in like the 70s, I would just be like, oh, I don't know where anything is.
You'd do good in the 70s, dude. You put some bell bottoms on, they were body positivity. You'd be like that dude in Boogie Nights with his belly hanging out that loved Mark Wahlberg, dude.
Yeah, I just mean like considering
what was that guy's name? They passed away. Hoffman, female.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah, you'd be like that guy, dude. You'd be the jolly. You'd do good in the 70s, dude. That would probably be your era, dude, to be honest with you.
Maybe. I just know
Lovable
that, like,
body positivity guy in the 70s, free loving. You'd have a couple of like skinny girls in bell bottoms giggling around you, wanting to do some drugs.
Yeah, I just
You'd
know
be
the world I've
You'd be
existed
laying in the grass, talking philosophy and reading literature with them, dude.
The world.
You'd do bad in like the 50s. You'd do bad in like the 50s.
Maybe.
Like
I can just tell you that the world that I've always lived in has come with the advancements with that, you know. So like whenever I watch anything from like the probably up until anything that takes place, anything that was made like up until like 2002. So like I just see the world as it was then, and I go, I'm not entirely sure that I would have even been able to survive in like 1993.
No.
Like if I went for a drive, I would just get lost and run out of gas, and then just die of dehydration on the side of the highway.
No, well, you figured it out now, dude. It was crazy back then. So I ran out of gas like twice, right? On the driving my car around. And you do have to make a decision where you're like, you don't have a cell phone or whatever. And like, you kind of look at your surroundings and you're like, it kind of feels like the way that the road is right here, that civilization is that way. So you just have to take a leap of faith and leave your car and start walking, dude, and be like, oh, gas station. And you're like, now I need to figure out a way to put gas in something and pay for it.
Yeah.
But back then, people were easier to talk with, and you could find somebody friendly and be like, look, my car broke down. I need some gas. Can you give me a ride back? And most of the time you weren't molested or murdered by a pedophile. You would just get a ride back. There's very few Ted Bundys.
All I can say is like, I know it's like divisive and uncertain and as seemingly hysterical as everything is now. Every moment in the past, anytime before this, fucking sucked. It's like, yo, this is probably as difficult as it can seem nowadays, and all the complaints I have. Existing in the past looks like it fucking sucked.
Yes, but what I'll tell you was like, you couldn't see it. You kind of had blinders on because you didn't have the technology and stuff. So like you kind of knew that there was bad stuff going on in the world, but like if you broke down in your car or you didn't have directions because you didn't have GPS, you had to like hyper focus. Like, I'm looking for this giant tree or the next like coffee shop to take this left at the light.
Yeah.
From your end. So you had to kind of be in the moment so much that it would drive away all the negative stuff. So you didn't have a lot of time to dwell in negativity because you were.
But I mean, I remember even like being in high school, and this was like before the dawn of the smartphone and high speed internet and all that. So it was still pretty rough and tumble. But I remember like, you know, when we would study literature in my English classes, just reading like something like The Great Gatsby, which is about, you know, the highest of society, the wealthy in the 20s. And even reading that, just being like, thank God. This sounds like it fucking sucks, man.
Yeah. And when you think about the stuff they romanticize, like you see those women that used to wear like petticoats, right? And like the fake big asses with the stuff on it, and like layers and layers and layers. And you're like, oh, she was so beautiful and so sophisticated or whatever. And then you're like, dude, she must have stank, dude. She must have smelled. She had a hairy pussy.
Showers.
Like if she had warts or like herpes or whatever, there was no cure. Like they were just out in the open. Like, yeah, no showers. They're just covering it up with perfume. They didn't have proper showers or toilet paper or hair removal. So she's probably got a hairy ass and a hairy back.
Was just like flowers.
Yeah.
They didn't have actual soap. They just had like things that smelled kind of nice.
Yeah.
So nobody was getting clean.
The one thing about it is when I was back there, everybody's in that situation. So you don't recognize it until you're on the other side of it.
Yeah.
So
sure.
you stink and they
sure,
stink.
Like,
so you're kind of like, that's just what we do. People stink.
I don't know. I will say that like, if I was alive in Deadwood times, like if I just lived in Deadwood,
yeah,
I probably would be like, even though I have no vision for like now times, like the future perspective on it.
Yeah.
If I was in Deadwood, I probably would be like, man, this sucks. I fucking
Wait,
hate the
wait.
Wild West. I hate the 1800s. I hate Deadwood. This fucking
Wait.
sucks.
What could you be? You could probably like you could be like a henchman for like a snake oil salesman. Like he's like, okay, we got to go to the next town, put all the snake oil back in the wagon, doll, and you could put it in there, and then you guys would get in the wagon, go to the next thing, and he would do like all the selling in the suit, and you would move all the wooden crates that had the snake oil in it.
Yeah.
And you can kind of probably find a life. You just put a couple nickels together at the brothel, dude. Have some fun for the night. You know.
Yeah, that's the one cool thing about the Wild West is that you could go to a saloon and it was also a casino and a brothel.
Yeah.
So you could like get drunk, gamble, and fuck a disease-ridden prostitute all in one place.
There's a decent book that I read called The Not So Wild West, and it talks about how it was pretty peaceful in the West for the most part, even though like death was a factor and there wasn't a lot of healthcare or whatever. But it also talks about how much power that women had, and that brothels ran by a madam in most of these towns that were separated from the federal government and stuff. They were the ones, the matriarchy ran a lot of the towns because the brothels brought in so much money that if you needed a road, you had to go to the madam. If you needed a new post office, you went to the madam. If you needed a sheriff's horse, you went to the madam because they had the money. So you had to like get a lot of female permission, and women voted because they owned land. So it's really interesting read on that or whatever, and gives you a new perspective.
Have you seen Warrior?
Warrior?
Dude, I gotta watch the last season, dude. It's this show, I think it came on Cinemax. It's a show that
Cinemax,
I guess is
or Cinemax.
Cinemax. I think it's a show that's based on a notebook that Bruce Lee's daughter found that her dad kept.
Okay.
So it's based on like an outline of an idea that he had for something. But it's San Francisco in like the late 1800s.
So Gold Rush, San Francisco.
No, not Gold Rush, just like Yellow Rush. It's like all the Chinese.
Oh,
dude, it's like it follows this guy who his name is Awesome, and he's getting into San Francisco from China. He's an immigrant, and he gets in with the Tong, the local like some Chinese gang or whatever.
Yeah,
but it's like all the brothels in Chinatown are all run by like madams, like you're describing, where they do have a lot of power and influence. But then the cool thing about the show is everybody was kung fu fighting.
Nice.
So it's like the show is just like people having like very serious conversations about like, I don't know, like what San Francisco and the town and power and money, and then just like a kung fu fight will break out.
Hell yeah, dude!
And so it's just like a show that you're watching fight to fight. Like you're like, I don't give a fuck what anyone is talking about.
So is it like a spaghetti western meets like a Shaolin kung fu movie?
Yeah, it's a kung fu show. It's like a pretty like by the book, just like it definitely has like a lot of the.
Does it play with time? Like how they can float a little bit longer when they jump and stuff with special effects, or is it?
No. It's just like a lot of really cool choreography, and it's definitely like a very like edgy premium cable show. But at its core, it's just kung fu fighting. It's awesome, and it's like apparently they say it's based on something that Bruce Lee wrote down. I don't know. It was a cool show.
He just wrote down, "What if kung fu fighting happened in San Francisco and they were gay?" And then his buddies are like, "We're on it, dude." Yeah,
and they do this cool thing. They do this cool camera trick to. Because like there'll be like two Chinamen talking in Chinese to each other. Yeah. Like your main character is talking to like the leader of the gang or whatever. They're talking Chinese, and they'll do this like little trick with the camera to signal to you that they are still talking Chinese to each other. But for you,
they put it in letterbox. They put it in letterbox when they're talking Chinese, and they put it in widescreen when they're talking English.
No, they just do this like this shift with the camera where you can tell that. What the show is signaling to you is that they are still talking Chinese to each other. Yeah. But for you, the audience, you're going to hear it in English. And so when they switch to English, they're all Chinese guys who talk like jive talking black They're like, hey, let me tell you something, young blood. You get me?
Is this Rizzler? The Wu-Tang Clan made this movie?
Yeah, there is some Wu-Tang. I don't know if they have anything to do with it, but
Yeah.
they'll be talking Chinese, and then the camera will do the thing, and then they'll be like, let me tell you something about Chinatown. And you coming in here. Dude, it's like an old Chinese guy talking like this.
Wait,
like,
so
get
did
me?
they think that's how Americans
Big-
talk?
No, it's just like a stylistic choice for the show. I don't.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone in the late 1800s was like, "All right, you dig? You understand
Listen,
what I'm
you
saying?"
dig? You jive turkey? You jive turkey, motherfucker? We're about to get some San Francisco ching chong going on, man.
Yeah, but it works. It works for the show. It's just like they all
When was
talk
this show
Chinese.
made? In the 90s?
No, it's pretty recent.
Oh,
Like,
it's
within the last-
recent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just finished it.
Oh, so it is a super stylistic choice then. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very like stylistic thing where
I guess that would make sense because like Bruce Lee was like in that 70s era when it was like kind of like that.
yeah, I guess that
It was kind of
yeah.
like jive and like yeah.
We have a $2 super chat. Y'all ever watch Milo and Otis? No, actually, no. I've never seen. I watched Homeward Bound. That was the talking
I've
animal
seen-
movie.
I've seen that. I've seen bits and pieces of my Otis, and then I do remember Luis Gomez crying, drinking whiskey, talking about my,
Yeah,
watching
I
it
remember-
with
he
his
got a
kid after
tattoo of
watching
it.
with his mother and like all the animals dying. I do know that the animals die because
Yeah.
they just like
That was before the because Heaven's Gate was the last movie that after Heaven's Gate, that was when I don't know, some like animal say like that was like now every movie you see in the credits it has to say no animals were harmed in the making
Yeah.
of this. Because like the movie Heaven's Gate with Chris Christopherson was like this big budget flop, but during the production of the movie, just a ton of horses got like exploded or something. Just like a bunch of horses fucking died when they were trying to make this movie.
because they're like, oh, it's cheaper to just blow up a horse than do the special effects.
Yeah, apparently just like a whole like Kentucky Derby amount of horses, like all of Chrissy Mayer's extended family got killed on the set of this movie. And so it was like that was like, 93 or 94. So like up until then, movies could just like slaughter animals, apparently.
Yeah,
like
well,
that
yeah,
Milo
when everybody
Rose
was
movie,
like-
like where they're just like throwing cats off of a fucking waterfall.
pug after pug after pug is getting mauled and killed by a bear. And like, wow, these actors are so good. He's like, how do they train a bear and a pug to act like that together? And really, they were just killing pug after pug that looked the same.
Yeah, dude. That was, I mean, that, and
Yeah.
that was movie magic. We don't have now. Everything's computers, Minecraft.
Yep. Yeah, that's crazy that they used to do that. I wonder, like, remember when they would like way back in the day, like in the hardcore 70s, and when was it like? I guess The Shining is one of them where they actually
been
tormented. They actually tormented Shelley Duvall.
No, that's an internet. That's like a
Well, there's other ones where they like really did like make a child cry by like telling them something bad happened and then like recording the scene and stuff that have been proven correct.
I think William, because the Kubrick thing with The Shining, that was not true. That's something people just said. But apparently Shelley Duvall and Kubrick had a pretty good working. They were like friends,
Yeah.
So as much of a perfectionist and stickler and pain in the ass Kubrick was when he was making a movie, I think he was still pretty cool with his cast. And from what I hear, all that talk of him like tormenting Shelley Duvall is just something people made up. I think they were pretty chill with each other. William Friedkin would torment his actors because I think like when he was making The Exorcist, he genuinely was like doing things that were just traumatizing Linda Blair.
Yeah.
On the set of that movie.
Even more recently, like Jim Carrey being a complete asshole on Man on the Moon to like his family members and everything, and then just saying, well, I was in character the whole time.
Yeah, the Jim Carrey thing is like bizarre because that all seemed like he was just being like completely misguided and being an asshole for no reason. Because I don't think, I don't think Andy Kaufman behaved like his character when he was just with his family.
Yeah.
And so for like Andy Kaufman's family and Jerry Lawler and all these people that actually knew him were on that set, and Jim Carrey's like, cameras are not rolling, and Jim Carrey's still doing that. Everybody was just like, why the fuck is he acting like Andy did? I don't think Andy acted like this.
I'm sure you've met people like this. I met this in the punk scene. Women especially, but there was men too that would have like a mental issue or like a trauma in their life, and then they would be like extremely mean to people around them, or like disrespectful or rude, and then everybody was like walking on eggshells, and then you call them out like, oh, you can't say that to her because this happened, and you're like, well, I'm sorry that happened to that person, but it doesn't give them the right to act like this, and they kind of like make it like their persona to be mean to everybody. And then try to trick everybody to play along. And if you call it out, you're the bad guy for being like, they hurt my feelings when they're around. I don't like it.
Oh, that was my former co-host on the Loud Boys.
Oh,
it was just fucking driving me up the goddamn wall. But then like anytime I called it out, it was just like, he's like, well, I'm just,
it's a goof.
Like, this is my thing, And I'm like, your thing sucks.
Well, I've done like other comedy podcasts, and before you go on air, you're like, is there any topics that you don't want to talk about, or is there anything off limits?
Oh, we never.
And they're like, yeah, this, don't talk about this, this, and this, and we like to, like, okay. And then you go and you're like, bam, bam, bam. And then you like, there's a couple of parts with like some strangers that you're being a little mean to each other. And then at the ends, and you stop recording, and then you stop and you're like, hey, I'm sorry about that one thing that it bothered you. I wasn't being serious. It got a little real and we were joking around, and like you kind of clear it out at the end. So it's like part of like you're doing a show.
No. There was none of that, dude. He was like that.
No, I'm saying that's what like a respectable, healthy adults do. Is what I'm saying.
He and I mean, at this point, I can't really harbor any ill will toward him. It's like too much time has passed, and it's like, salute, buon fortuna.
Yeah.
I just at that time it was like really getting to me, because he was like that on and off mic, and I just would be like, hey man, you got a fucking problem with me? Like, is there something we need to talk about? And he just never would actually have a conversation with me about anything, like an actual, like what you're describing. And so it just like, it became this pressure cooker where eventually I was like screaming at him behind the scenes, just like,
you're basically getting gaslit, and they're telling you you're not getting gaslit.
Yeah.
And so then it's making you even more angry because you're like, I know I'm getting gaslit right now.
It was like driving me nuts, because I was just like,
I
just was like, come on, man. Like, this thing is starting to make pretty decent money. This could really go somewhere. What the fuck is your deal? And he just never, and then it all imploded anyway. And I don't even know what I have no clue what he's doing now.
It's kind of crazy as an outsider when you watch that stuff, because you do get into a mindset where you're like watching a television show or you're watching like comedy. So it's really hard to figure out what's like really the airing of grievances in a funny way online that come out, and what's kayfabe and what's a joke. And then you sometimes forget, like, oh, these are real people that have to deal with each other in real ways after the show, because you're only seeing that bit. And so you have this weird parasocial thing. So as a viewer, I didn't really recognize that you guys were really fighting. I knew that you guys were having differences in personality, but you kind of just feel like they're going to work it out and the show's going to continue. You know what I mean? No, but then like you start to see it too, where you're like, oh, that sucks. But then you start to see, if you watch enough different comedy things, you start to see certain people that continuously have failed projects. One of them I won't mention because it's close to the show, but like Corinne Fisher is one where she's had multiple people, like she couldn't get along with Joe DeRosa. She couldn't get along with Shane Smith, who's like the most like get along with everybody. type guy who's now like a Christian in Utah that like does like charity work or whatever. And like, so you have just these certain people that are just like, they just chew up and spit out anybody they work with. So then when you see them get into a new project, you're like, why would you've seen what they did to the last 3 co-hosts? You're really believing the story that it's all 3 of their ex co-hosts and not them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I watched him start, and pretty quickly these different just podcasts where I would see him like do a new thing, and then pretty quickly it was just over.
Yep.
And I just was like, I never, I never wanted to. I never look praying for my downfall don't make you religious.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I never prayed on his downfall. I just wanted to.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Yeah, I was always curious to see what is anything that he's trying to do, is it going to work?
Yeah.
And then it seemed like people were like enjoying whatever he was doing. And then
he can be funny when he's if he could get that character under control and it wasn't really him. There was a lot of funny moments with like him being so psychotic, narcissistic, and detached on the show, and like somebody's having
a problem. Is that's actually him?
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like when you're watching a show and you're like, man, I'm having a really tough time right now. Like my best friend just like died or whatever, and I don't do. And he's like, oh no, and you're like, it's kind of funny the juxtaposition, but it's so fucking brutal that you're like, you were hoping that off air that he's like, hey, I'm sorry, man, let's hug it out. But then when you find out he's actually being that dismissive, you're like, oh, this is brutal.
Yeah, and it definitely was like affecting me. There were a lot of things at that time that were I did not know what I was doing, and I was navigating like really complicated emotions and like just a lot. It complicated everything.
Yeah.
So I was not behaving well at that time.
Yeah. No, I get that. When I was like, the only thing I can kind of relate it to is the punk scene, and when we were doing well, and I was having arguments and like personal issues or whatever, I wasn't addressing them with the people around me who would have been more than happy to discuss them with me. And I was kind of burying them. So the show must kind of go on. And then it just showed up and caused more and more problems. But I kept like putting a happy face on to go to get on stage or to go perform or to go to whatever. And you start forgetting that the people around you are also humans, and they're there for you.
Yeah, and I would try to have like conversation because, like, yeah, Robbie and I can communicate, and he's able to have these like conversations and stuff. But then Joe would just be like checked out, so like he would like put up barriers, and there was no way to have like real conversations about like what we're doing or how everything's making us feel, or like what are our plans even.
Yeah.
And he would, there was like so many times we had this group chat going, he just kind of would ignore us. And then just like when he would interact, would just be like, I'm not the guy to talk to about this kind of stuff. Like, you guys are talking about your feelings or whatever, and I don't do that.
Yeah.
That was as real as he got with us, was just to say like, I will never talk to you about anything real.
Yeah.
I just was like, all right, man. And so that's all ancient history at this point. So, it's like everything I do now.
Everything that happened led up to this moment, though, so it's pretty good that happens. Like all the fans that are here wouldn't be here if you hadn't gone through those steps.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because like I'm still recovering, but I did start like a mega thread on Twitter that I'm just playing around with to like flesh out some ideas. It started. It's kind of good response. I mean,
I did. I read some of that.
Yeah, like people have reached out and said like, "This is really nice that you're like sharing," because there's a lot of people I guess who went through something similar.
Yeah,
and so now I'm like adding to it piece by piece, and just I don't know where it's going.
And I think that's good because you get to share. It's a good outlet. You get to use your English major background. And be entertaining because it was funny, like when you put the typo in there and then you talked about the typo and then you did, you know what I mean? Like you could have just deleted it, rewrote it, and then like, but you like,
well, you can't. Well, that's the thing is like even with the premium subscription, when your initial post, you can edit and
Yeah.
whatever. Anytime you comment on it, like if you're adding to a thread, those posts you can't like edit or do anything with.
Yep.
So I just was like, all right, I have to, I can either just ignore the typo or, I don't know. I'm just playing around. It's not in any way a coherent or linear story like the whole thread. It's all over the place, but it's Twitter, so like whatever. So like people can hop in and out of it whenever they see it on their feed. Everything's on the up and up. Like I'm going to be extravagantly wealthy soon, and a beloved.
It's the Billionaire Podcast Network. Ching ching ding ding ding
Yeah.
ching.
Ding chong, bing bong, ding 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 ding. D to D, fill her up.
So a couple of people reached out to me, and this goes back to like just communication, respect, being adults, understanding that people are different and have different ideas. And a couple of people have reached out to me, good and bad, about the fact that like you and me have differences on Twitter. Like when I'm like reply guying to your stuff or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And it's like
I have been told that I'm a very dumb, fat retard quite a bit.
Well, that's not what it's going to bring up. What's so strange to me, I don't believe that, by the way. What's strange to me is like people don't realize that like we can have a show together, be friendly, talk, and have differences of opinion. And it's like that's what adults do. Like I'm not mad at Dalton for saying that, and he's not mad at me for whatever, and we're not going at each other. So I'll get messages like on both sides where they're like, what are you mad at Dalton? Like he's just trying to do whatever. And then I'll get another message that's like, yeah, Dalton's dumb. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And I'm like, we're just in the arena ideas here, dude. We're not mad at each other, dude. I'm just like giving him something that I know Dalton might think about and reflect about, or he might ignore, but I'm not mad at him, whatever.
Well,
and I think people get so polarized with politics. It's like, I can be friends with somebody that has different ideas than I do, and I don't have to be mad at them. I can love them as a person.
You know what's so nice is everything's kind of like being like, everything's being revealed now, and it feels like I guess is this administration.
What do you mean everything's being revealed? Like
I think like
you sound like you're about to go QAnon on me. What do you mean?
No, like as like more time passes and like our president Trump makes
not my president.
Decisions. Yeah, it seems like more and more like people who might be like have differing ideas in the past are kind of syncing up now, where because I'm seeing like even more like libertarian minded folks who kind of convinced themselves they like Trump, who was like supporting him for a while, are now hopping off that. And it seems like the only people who really are still offering him their full-throated support are just like kamikazes, where they're just like, I'm willing for the entire economy to collapse just to own the libs. Like that seems to be their only like thing they believe in, is they just hate the other side so much that they're just like, yeah, anything Trump is doing that pisses off the people that I've deemed the other, I'm on board with, even if it means I lose everything in the process.
Well, I'm finally on the other side of the heat because I didn't support Trump. As a libertarian, I stuck to my principles. I did make a couple of apologies because I thought he was blatantly lying about freeing Ross, and he did free Ross.
Hey, look at that, Dave. Like, Hayachi says, I like Dave.
Well, hey, hell yeah, dude. He's probably talking about Dave Coulier, but I'll take it.
No, Pat, people are saying that. I've seen people say that. I've seen people say, this is what I voted for. Whatever causes the maximum amount of pain to the people that I have deemed the enemy.
Well, what I was going to say is, like, when, as a libertarian, I got lumped in with those other libertarians. I didn't vote for Trump. I don't vote. I think voting's evil. I think all government was evil. And I did some apologies because he did free Ross, which I didn't believe he was going to do. I thought it was going to be a lie.
We were on a break.
And so that was pretty cool. But now it's finally on the other side where people are coming around seeing that he's just being a tyrant and he's going to war for Israel and he's still doing all the same stuff. He backed
Dude, that
down.
fucking thing he
He's not
posted-
stopping the Ukraine stuff or whatever. So
That
now it's
drone
like
strike-
the libertarians are finally coming back to their senses. So I made it through the heat of all that stuff.
Dude, that fucking drone strike he posted where it's like the Yemeni, where he like, I was like, this is so unfathomably fucking evil, and
Yeah.
to like gloat about this publicly, I don't even like, I couldn't even wrap my head around like, what is this just like, what is happening?
This gets me fired up. So I'm in Concord, New Hampshire. I'm a little bit north, but I was like, I'm going to go down to our capital because we have supposedly an anti-war protest going on. I do want to be a part of this because I feel like I just don't know what to do. I feel so helpless. So I was like, I'm going to go down there. I get there and it's all pro-Palestine signs and like pro-abortion signs. And it's like all colored hair people holding up Free Palestine. And it's like, I'm not pro-Palestine. This is about ending the war, right? So like in order for me to be with the anti-war people, I got to go down there and like be with a bunch of other things that I don't agree with that the government does. So then I was like, oh, there's going to be an anti-war thing in Boston and there's going to be a lot of people. I might want to go to that. And then I started like looking into that and it's the same thing. It's all Palestine flags and anti-Trump, anti-Elon, Nazi stuff. And it's like, it's been so politicized now that it's like they want to free Palestine, but they support the Ukraine war still. So it's like they're not anti-war. It's just so frustrating. It's like just have a principle that there should be no war. I'm done funding death and killing. I'm done.
I've seen people say that. I don't know what point Pat is actually trying to make here. And Dave, you're right. The war is bad, but I've seen people make this point that it's like, well, he told you this is what he's like. It's very transparent or whatever. It's like,
no, he didn't. He didn't say he was going to do this stuff. By the way,
it's also just like, well, just because he told us what he's going to do doesn't mean that I have to be okay with it or accept it or. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make it any less upsetting. It's like, okay, cool. He was honest about being a fucking jackass.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's somehow good. Like, where it's like, oh, well, I guess it's on me now.
Yeah.
It's like, well, no. I mean, I would like. I don't even know, dude. It's like, yeah, I guess there's been like deceptive administrations that smile at you while they do another thing, and then Trump is just more blatant about it. But it's like both suck. So it's like,
what?
I guess it is refreshing to have somebody who is open and obvious and honest about like what a fucking asshole he is.
Yeah.
But that's about the only concession that we get.
Here's
like,
one thing.
I guess he's honest, but he's honest about being a fucking asshole.
In his last 4 terms, his last 4 years in his last term, right? He was actually he was still a warmonger president, but a lot of it wasn't what he did. He did drop that big Moab to kind of like flex or whatever after a lot of pressure, but he was the most anti-war president we've ever like had in history. We didn't start any wars. It looked like he was trying to negotiate us out of everything. So when he got elected again, I said, you know what? At least we're going to have an anti-war guy that's like, we want out of Afghanistan. We don't want to go into Iran. We don't. And then I don't know if like they were trying to assassinate him or whatever. All of a sudden he flipped the switch one day, and now whatever Israel tells him to do, he's like, oh, you want to bomb that? You want to bomb that? We're going to take over Lebanon. We're going to take over Yemen. We're going to Iran. And so it's like, oh, you're just another fucking lying warmonger, and I'm so sick of it. It's like, thou shalt not kill. I can't stand it. I don't get angry about anything. War is like my threshold. I can't stand it. Anyways.
War sucks, dude.
Yeah. I realized like my dad was a Vietnam vet. He did 68, 69, came back. He was a mess. He treated me like shit my whole life, like because of the PTSD that he never took care of. My mother was super high anxiety because they fled Nazi Germany. So I got that. So by the time I was 19, I didn't recognize it was like intergenerational trauma, but I was making like anti-war punk songs in the 90s, and we continued doing that through the years. And it wasn't until I went through like therapy and reflection that I was like, oh, my whole childhood was like trauma from war. And I can't imagine all these people in the Middle East that are growing up in that are doing like that actually are seeing shit must be even more traumatized, having terrible lives. Their children are having terrible lives. They've got the radiation poisoning that's being funded through theft of taxation. It's just like this is my hot button item. I'm sorry to rant, but I can't stand it.
This is why we need the Chinese century. Get fucking China in here to show some real leadership and clean everything up and bring about at least 100 years of peace on Earth. You
know what? At least China's not warring people. I don't know. Maybe they're killing people in Taiwan in Tiananmen Square, but
China,
maybe they genocided a bunch of female babies by sticking spikes in their brains.
As far as I understand,
but they're not warring the world.
As far as I understand, the only beef that China has with anybody, like the only harm they brought upon anyone, is Muslim Chinese.
And it's not even usually beef, it's cat.
That's true.
Yeah.
Ancient Chinese secret, huh? But yeah, from what I understand, it's China is having like an internal struggle where they don't like Chinese Muslims. And so like all
the Uyghurs?
Yeah, all those like Western,
not a hard R.
Yeah, like the Western Chinese population. Because a lot of people don't know that like Western China has a lot of like Muslim influence. And there's like Chinese Muslims. The food is amazing. I've never been to Western China, but I've been.
Is halal Chinese food?
It's like
they put like lots of sauces and stuff on the cat.
Yeah, it's like it's
tinfoil tray.
There's a lot of like Arab influence, so it's like There's a chain in New York called Xi'an Famous Foods. It's like Western Chinese, and so they got like a lot of lamb dishes and.
Am I all right?
Yeah, it's really Western Chinese because like most Chinese places you go are going to be like lo mein and fucking, just like what you think of when you think of Chinese food. Whereas like Western Chinese food is much spicier and it's got a lot of like Arab like I know Muslim's not an ethnicity, but what you would think of as Muslim food.
Yeah.
It's really good. And I guess, as far as I understand, that's the only sort of people that China has encroached upon is their own Muslim population. But they, they don't go to war. Their military is just right there in China to defend it. Oh. But, they're not like a warring people.
Very organized, too.
Very organized.
Those marches are
it's truthfully where they have succeeded. Like the war that they've been fighting that they're winning is economic.
Yeah,
they've beaten
informational economics. Yeah,
we're done economically, and we're just like this. I don't know if the people in this country realize it. Like we're just in the sort of fallout before China just swoops in and conquers everything economically. So it's the American economy's done. We're done being a part like an economic hegemon. Yeah. And now we're going to become an economic
Sonic
Pokemon.
The Hegemon.
Yeah, now we're going to be an economic Pokemon that's just caught by China.
What was scary during COVID when the first waves went through, and I don't know if this was propaganda or what was happening with this, but when the Wuhan lab like leaks happened, when they were like soldering and like welding people into those huge communes. They couldn't get out. They were just like starving to death inside. You're like, that's very pragmatic, collective solution to a problem where the U.S. has got a much more individual outlook on stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The U.S. just was like, you can't work. Also, no one will give you. No one will give you money. But you also can't go to work. You also still have to pay your rent.
I couldn't go out to the middle of the woods outside and inspect houses. So I had to stop that and get a job working for Instacart, where I went to corporations, and the only thing you could do was go outside to Costco and stuff. So it was just me and thousands of people, shoulders to shoulders, in a grocery store. For safety, instead of being alone in the woods, taking pictures of houses. So it was kind of all the corporations it was safe to go to, but all the mom and pop stores it was very dangerous to go to.
Yeah.
All right.
It was a scary time.
King James Bible.
I think we still have some requests, but I'm getting tired.
I'm gonna open up this page here. I see 31. We are the land. This was I don't even know what this. How do I pronounce this? Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy, man.
Yeah.
I'm reading Deuteronomy number 31, man. Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shall not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away. Whoa, don't take my ass away. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and thou shalt not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto the enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them. This sounds like this is a pretty brutal thing. This is from the curse of disobeying God, the captivity of the plagues, which is interesting that I just opened that up after we were talking about COVID. The captivity of the plagues. How crazy
it's a living
is that?
book. Yeah. Hold on. Robbie's third cousin requested. Hey, by the way, amen on that. Takashi Tarachi in the blue jeans. We gotta go through these requests real quick.
Yeah, heck yeah. Thanks for supporting Dalton and Cornfed and the with all the super chats,
The
guys.
network, yeah. Here we go.
This is the Bunny Bunnies.
Well, let me just say real
The
quick.
Beach Boys. Oh,
Rink
Honorable
Ray.
Beach Boys.
Rink Ray. Okay.
Us off aboard. That sounded like something I would, be in like an Austin Powers type scene where he's getting like chased.
Yeah, like
I kind of like that though. It was I don't know. It was surf music, but it didn't seem like very Beach Boy because it just had that very twangy sound.
Yeah, is Dick Dale.
Yeah, I did like it though.
Nip Dale. More like it.
Nip zap. Zop wop. That's what it was.
Nip nap nop.
How's your portfolio? Mine's in the red.
I don't even want to look at it. I haven't even looked at my 401k. I don't want to look at none of this shit, dude. I'm just fucking clocking in every day at the dick sucking quarry and trying to make a dime.
One of the coins that I'm in keeps like going up like 5%. And so I was like, okay, it's stabilizing. It's not quite rallying, but it's going up. And then it'll drop like 20% in like a day and a half. And I just vomit in my mouth when I wake up.
Yeah, like the only utility I'm really in on heavy is XRP.
That's staying kind of stable. That's still up to like $2. So if you got in at like 55 cents, you're still up on that on the year.
XRP is at 215. I think my average buy-in is like $1.50. So
Nice.
I'm in the green on that one. AVAX, I have some AVAX way down.
I got some AVAX.
Yeah, and then like all the memes are just like, dude, I'm fucking kicking myself because like when I hit the memes during the bull market, like when things were going good, yeah, I was just like, I was up so much. I was just like, dude, like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And I had no clue how much more volatile it is that whenever the market took a hit, all that meme shit is done. Like that just got killed. So like all those profits were gone. I just was like, it was lost profits. And so I don't even like thinking about it because I was like, I could have made so much money if I had just cashed out and put it in USDC.
The way I look at it is, yeah, when things are really tanking and you don't know what to do, you want to put it into USDC. Meme coins are like, all right, I have some money. I'm going to go to the casino and risk it. Okay, I made profits. Let me put some of this in like Bitcoin for long term or some of it into USDC. But I wouldn't hold meme coins. I would use them like a gambling technique to gamble with other people and then put those into an actual utility.
Like there is a strategy with meme coins where it's like you got to do just a quick flip because like I got in when the market was just really good where you could hold on to one for like days and just keep making more and more money and then shave off some profits and still like make a ton of money. Now it's like I've tried to do it because now you have to be so quick about it where it's like just get a 2x, just put some money in as soon as it doubles, cash out. And then you'll do that, and then you'll rotate to another one, and then get rugged. So you can't fucking, dude. You keep playing that game, and it just all roads lead to rugging. Like you're gonna get rugged. Because like honestly, the most success I had was with a rug pull, where I got in on something while it was on Pump Fund, and then it just like it just rocketed, and I was like, this is about to get rugged fucking hard. And so I cashed out and made like $2,000 in profit on it.
Yeah.
And then I just watched it keep going up and then get nuked. And I was like, oh, nice. I successfully got in and out of a scam and made a ton of money on it.
Well, I don't know where people are getting money from. So I used to think OnlyFans was a complete scam. But then I recognized recently, like, boomers are absolutely retarded when it comes to money and women. So I was thinking their OnlyFans was a bunch of young people, but I bet you it's a bunch of like rich boomers like putting into that. But I was trying to figure out, like, I have a scarcity mentality. So recently I was like, oh, I'm going to be broke living on the streets. Everything's failing. The economy sucks. I guess I got to go find a 9-to-5 job again. And I opened up my Amazon Flex app and it pays like $22 an hour for these blocks, but then you have to pay your own gas and damages or whatever on your car.
Yeah.
And I was like, how can I even afford meme coins after this? Like, not that that's how I spend my money, but I'm like, the person that buys meme coins, that's kind of usually what I think they do for work. So if you're like working an average job, like, how would you even like live that lifestyle and then have money left over to buy meme coins?
Yeah, no, you just be stupid. Like you just, but dude, anyone doing meme coins is just being wildly irresponsible with their
Where
money.
are they getting the money from? Are they all on SSI?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
are
sure
they all like other kids.
I've been this way, and I've observed it in other people where it's like you wonder like where is somebody getting the money from to do what they're doing, and it just turns out that they're really fucking irresponsible. So it's like they're either borrowing it or everything's on credit, they're in debt. It's just, like people, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Thing to do would just be to get like a Roth IRA or a CD or like whatever they say you're supposed to do, and just get like 1.5% APY, and then sit on that for. Dude, I saw like a finance guy who did a video where it was like somebody, his kid asked him like, I have $10,000, like how should I invest? And he said, put it in the S&P index fund and just sit on it for 50 years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 50 years?
Yeah.
So by the time I cash this thing out, it's time to die.
And I don't even think it's like that anymore, because like that's such a Ponzi scheme, and that's like such a boomer mentality where they're like, oh, just buy a house for $15K, doll, and work really hard. And in a couple of years, it'll be worth $800,000 and you can just cash out and retire. And you're like, yeah, except the house is 1.2 million now and the interest rate's 25%, and I'm making $14 an hour.
Yeah,
and taxes
the
way up.
The whole housing market is like a boomer idea. It's just like at this point, it doesn't seem like it's a good investment for anybody. Like you would be better off just renting.
I've been running the numbers and asking ChatGPT, and it's telling me to continue to rent. But like,
it's also just like beyond the finances of it. I would just say ideologically or philosophically, spiritually, to just not be tied down materially, to be able to say like, I'm not anchored.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like,
I've thought about that too. Yeah. Yeah.
So I thought about that. I'm paying a premium to rent and I don't technically own this house.
But if I have to flee to Thailand, I can.
I do own my own body and I can take it wherever I want, whenever I want. If I was stuck with a fucking mortgage, I'd have to get a realtor and fucking figure out how to sell this goddamn thing and then move all my shit. Dude, I much prefer the way of the samurai, the Ronin. I'm Ronin.
Whenever I think about you, I think of samurais.
I think everybody, when they see me, they think samurai, they think Bushido.
The way of the dolphin.
Very disciplined,
Yeah.
We got another. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get to all the requests. We have another request though. I do want to get to this one.
I like the Melvins, dude. This is gonna be a jam, dude.
This is Cornfair Radio. I got a good one pulled up. This is not from the album. This is actually gonna be
WKNIGG, the church.
I think this is the one I was looking for. It's from when they were on tour with Big Business and they played the whole album live. So this is good. This is good stuff.
I just wanted an afro, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't sound so great on our end. You can't get a lot of percussions.
Yeah, I'm sure this sounds great. It sounds good on my end.
She walks my way to speed, and I run my speed. She makes no town. It's no moment. I can make my ground. I can make my underworld. It's a big dark now. It's a big dark hell. You got low, just think it through. I know it like a hell, like a hotel, like a 6 years. I loaded friendly.
Yeah, it does sound like it's 5 houses down.
There's got to be a better way to do this.
How come the neighbors didn't invite me to the Melvins live at their house?
Does anybody? Is there a better way to do that? Like, what should I be streaming on? Because I do enjoy the music. Doing music. I don't know how to make it sound good for everyone. It sounds great for me. It's coming.
It doesn't sound that great for me. Like Robbie's third cousin nailed it, dude. I was like, look, I'm gonna keep it sexy for the show, but this stinks.
Yeah,
I like the Melvins.
I was getting into that so much, and then I glanced at the chat and I was like, "Oh, this fucking sucks for everybody."
It doesn't sound good for me, and I was like, and I started drifting off, and I'm like, "Oh man, it must stink in that room right now. The smell."
I don't know how to make anything sound good through. Maybe there's
it's kind of funnier that it doesn't. That it's
is
not
there a
like
different
that,
software? I don't know what to do. I don't. My skills are
OBS. I think we would need to switch to OBS, dude.
I don't know how to use that.
It's complicated. It's complicated. Yeah, we need more subscribers. We need more Patreon fans. We got to grow the show. Then we're gonna have an internal Olympics, and we're gonna get a producer.
Dude, I downloaded OBS and I was like, I can't fucking figure this shit out.
Oh, dude, I use OBS, and then like you're like, okay, now I want to live stream, so I set it up to YouTube, and I was like, but I want to try Rumble too and X, and then you have to like get all sorts of like add-ons and start putting all these links, and you finally figure it all out, and you're like, perfect. Then you shut it down and you reboot it, and like half of it isn't working.
Yeah, I downloaded it and I was like, I can't figure this out. This is so there's so much going on here, and I don't know what anything is or how to get anything to work.
It's funnier. Like, we wouldn't have the joke. It sounds like it's 5 houses down had we not done it on StreamYard. So I think we just keep StreamYard.
StreamYard, it's either free. I pay $10 a month for StreamYard, so I could just, if I want to, I have unlimited hours. I can stream as much as I want, $10 a month.
Yeah,
and it's intuitive. It's just like trying to do any multimedia shit. I don't know how to get it to sound good for the audience. Maybe there's like something I can do. Maybe I'm missing something.
What would it take to get your soundboard working again? Because I've had a couple people message me saying they would pay $20 super chat if I convince you to get your soundboard working.
The sound, and I feel bad because I do need to. I'm obligated to use this because Lily sent it to me. Yeah. It's just when I started, because StreamYard works better for everything rather than because everything we were doing it on Zoom for a while, and Zoom does at least have a like a feature where you can like pull in everything on your desktop. Yep. So like the soundboard would work if I just turned that thing on, but then we realized StreamYard was better for what we were trying to do. But now I don't know how to get I haven't figured out how to get it to work through this. Maybe I should just figure out OBS, because I mean it's really just like a matter of me learning the software, which I'm sure if I sat down and actually read something I could.
Yeah,
it's just like so involved. There's like OBS is so fucking confusing.
So the thing with OBS is, once you set it all up, I still think you need a streaming software to pull other people in. I don't think you can. Maybe you can. Maybe they've added it on, where you can then have people call into the OBS.
I've seen this video. I've seen this concert when they were like really young. The Melvin's UCLA show. I have seen that. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because like for what I wanted to do, as far as like what I'm good at and my I don't know, the way I wanted to do this, I was like, well, StreamYard's everything I need, because I just need a way to get have my voice come through a thing, and then people can tune in.
Yep.
And then, because I was like, all this other fucking shit that I see people trying to do, it's like, well, their shows suck anyway. Their shows fucking suck. It's like, I'm good at this. I'm very talented. So I could just like fire up the fucking stream and go live and just start talking. And that's a show right there, baby. That's a fucking whole production.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that.
But then I don't
Panatron's
know.
right. The other podcast that I did that's audio only, a couple of them, is they do Discord, and Discord audio is really good, especially when there's multiple people talking. It allows you to talk conversation style instead of cutting each other out in the headphones.
Yeah, I guess I need to look into like maybe some other avenues. I don't know. I guess because if I'm gonna I guess if I'm gonna try and incorporate like multimedia, maybe I should figure out OBS.
Well, the Billionaire Podcast Network is a multimedia network, so
it is. Well, yeah, it is. It is a whole thing.
I like the lo-fi aspect of it because it really ingrains the diehard fans into it. They're here for the individuals in the content, not for the graphics.
Yeah, I just figured I was like, who gives a fucking shit about all this goddamn production? Because
this is pirate radio, dude.
Well, yeah, I just was like, all these fucking
we're
shows
rebels.
All these fucking shows are spending all this money to try and make it as crisp as possible, and it's like, well, does that make does that make anything any better? Like, it feels like if it was like like a lo-fi kind of thing, kind of removes a lot of the pretense of like trying to keep up a whole. You know what I mean? Like everybody can just chill out and have a good ass time and make a fun show rather than have to like concern.
Was it Christian Slater? We're basically Christian Slater's character, dude. And Robbie's when Ted Mosby had the college TV, the college radio show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Look, the chat is saying the songs sound like shit, so that could be better. But I think as far as what we do, myself and Sal, Crack, Robbie, all of us, what are we good at? We're good at talking. So it's like, can you hear our voices? Is it clear enough that you can hear the riffs? Can you hear us doing the podcast? Well, then that's the show, baby. That's the fucking that's the show. We don't have. Yeah, I guess like if you want to watch a whole fucking $1 million production, go watch like whatever the fuck is going on with Tom Segura and his wife, and why they got a whole NASA control room working that show so they can do a ripoff of America's Funniest Home Video.
Retarded America's Funniest Home Videos.
Yeah, they got a fucking $1 million in that studio, and it's just them watching things on the internet. I can do that. I can watch things on the internet. I don't know. I need $0 to do that.
So Crack wanted you to fake a heart attack, and you were like, well, maybe I'll have a real one. I do think that we should put the money together. We got to fly you and Robbie down to Parts Unknown in the Carolinas to meet up with Crack, get you guys in the studio, and to do a Costco Boys TikTok style rap video. Very short, viral style, with the camera coming in at different angles, where you guys do rap lyrics together about the Crowder Boys, dude. You can you be the Jizzler, Robbie brings his carrier, Crack comes in.
I mean, I go. That's one idea. I would not enjoy that. But
That would be so hilarious. The bit would only be for 100 people or so. The rest of the internet might think that it's real, but for us in on the bit, it would be very hilarious.
Yeah, but have you seen this kind of trend now where people try to recreate what radios used to sound like. Like I've seen these channels where it's like where they try to like get the sound of like like when you're playing Fallout, where it's like an old timey radio station where it's like, but to achieve that now, because everything is so like crisp, they have to do like a modification where there's like these YouTube channels where it's like old timey songs with a shitty radio.
Gotcha.
You know,
Like
so
a
they're
crank
like,
radio.
yeah, so they're like running it through some software to recreate just what it sounded like in the 50s, you know? So there is like, I don't know what it is, a warmth to I don't know. I don't know. Like when I listened to like talk radio when I was a kid, like tuning in to Art Bell, there was like this really cool thing, just the way it came through, where it was like really just because of how shitty an AM frequency is, where it's sad. You're listening to AM radio, so it's like fuzzy and crackly, and then like some country station will interfere with it. So it's like as you're listening to it, like a song will just pop in and out. So you know that's what we're doing here is like that. And then here's another super chat, and then we're gonna wrap this up. We didn't get to all the song requests, but the song, I guess, you know, people say the song sound like shit anyway. I'm sorry I didn't get all the requests, but thank you everyone for the money, and put a pin in it, hold me accountable, and next time you hop in here, make me do something to make up for that.
I don't know if this is my favorite song, but Dalton, I just clipped it for you in the live chat. We can listen to
another
it.
Fucking song.
This is what I've been listening to a lot lately. I really like the Interrupters.
Oh my god!
I know Dalton's gonna hate this, but I
fucking pick it up.
No, it's not quite pick it up. But I like this. I like the lead singer.
Dude, this looks like some fucking pick it up music.
It's right under that, but it's not quite ska.
Just from the way this video looks so far, it's real. Pick it up.
It does have that energy. They are punk / contrived / scar era, but I really do like the Interrupters a lot. I think they put on a good show, and I like their message. I like their message.
Dave, I can't just pass by all the requests and then play the, you know. So we'll play a minute of this. And then we got.
He asked what my favorite song was.
I have to go to bed soon.
What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Are you a fighter or will you cower? It's our time. Take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Are you a fighter or will you cower? It's our time. Take back the power. What you gonna do when they show up in black suits on your street in army boots, and then silence you? What you gonna say when they strip your rights away and the tax man makes you pay for every bit of sweat you bet today? We don't need to run and hide. We won't be pushed up to the side. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow?
Dave, I got a question.
Go ahead.
So what is it about that song that's good to you?
It's fun. It's got a message. I've been following them for a while. So I don't know. When it comes on, I like it. I like that it's not just like fluff. She's trying to put some sort of message into modern music. And it's anti-government.
Okay, because that was like one of the longest minutes of my life. I did not like that at all.
It starts off her saying like, what are you gonna do when the guys in black suits show up? Like, you know, when the government takes over and gets extreme power, and then like the next, you know what I mean? So it's just a song of unity about people getting together to take down the government in a poppy style of way.
Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe. Yeah, no, I just didn't like that. I'm also not like I'm not a lyrics guy. I don't really like it when songs say anything. I prefer just like
Yeah, you're a misogynist pig, dude. You don't like a female lead singer. I get it.
No, I like the broad. I like girls.
I'm just kidding.
I just am not. Lyrics can just be straight up nonsense, and I'll still. In fact, that's like my favorite shit. It's just like when someone is just making noises.
I like to listen. Like the reason I like Wu-Tang and them when they got like deep messages or whatever, I do like deciphering those, and I do like that Interrupters album. And they're one of the few punk bands that didn't make the switch. Although there's been some controversy because when they did their live show in Japan, they came out and said, we're for everybody. We don't want a homosexual, like we don't want homophobic, transphobic, racist, or whatever. But some people are saying that the Japanese government, that was part of the thing for them to get political.
Yeah. No,
but
I like
one of the few bands that stayed anti-government and didn't go from like, we're anti-government, but now that our side's in power, we're pro-government. So I kind of respect them for that too. So that's why I like them.
No, I like songs that are just complete nonsense where it's like nobody's saying anything. Like sometimes it's not even like words.
That is the singer ex-wife of the Rancid people, by the way, Fred A.K. Tiffany.
Oh, she is the singer from Rancid's ex-wife?
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I found them in the first place, is through Rancid and Operation Ivy and them. Yeah.
Okay. How about Operation HIV?
No, that's the Ian Finance next special. Dude. Operation HIV.
Somebody has to name. There's
slide whistle.
There's no way. I don't think I'm the first person to say Operation HIV.
I was watching the. You have to put your jokes into Google, like Eminem and Lil Wayne have to put their lyrics in to see if they've said it before.
Yeah, I want Robbie's probably gotten to that before me.
I was watching an old clip today because I like clips, and it was Ian Finance, Shane Gillis, and Tommy Pope. And Tommy Pope was telling a story about him and Ian Finance. Maybe Ian wasn't there. It was just an old episode of Rap. And Tommy Pope was telling a story about when he was having a threesome with a transgender person with Ian Finance.
I heard about that. I heard something like that.
And Shane Gillis is busting his balls. It's like, that's really gay, dude. And he's like, it's not gay, dude. And he's like, oh yeah, because one of you had a wig on. It's totally straight. Yeah. I didn't know that Tommy Pope, because he's an Italian guy from Staten Island, I thought was getting into dancing in different waters, they say, putting a little sugar in his tank.
Dude, all these fucking guys, they love trans women. Yeah. Everybody does.
Well, Shane made a good point. And
nobody give me any more money for songs. I can't play any more songs.
He said,
I have to go to bed. I do work in like 4 hours.
He said getting tricked by an Asian transgender person is understandable, but they got tricked by a black one, and he was like, how did that even work? And so
I will say that. And hey, Archie, put a pin in this. Come back for the Corn-Fed stream tomorrow. Me and Sal. I will play this tomorrow. We'll do tons of songs. Yeah.
Dalton's a man of his word.
I will say that we'll wrap up with this. Anytime I've gone on like X Hamster or one of them sites, if you look through their like trans catalog, I got to figure out like the right way to put this. Like, what's the
Asians figured it out.
I will say this:
some people are still in the Stone Age of their trans.
Let me say this: between the black ones are having a rough go of it.
Yeah,
that is like you got.
They don't have the technology yet. They're in the Stone Age.
Asian trans are like. Those are women. Those are
the lady boys women. Are very feminine, very tricksters. But I had made this comment. I think it's because like Asian men to begin with are very feminine, and African American women, African Americans, they tend to be a little bit more masculine. So they've got a lot more steps to climb up to in their journey to femininity
Yeah.
than
Dude.
an Asian man that's already kind of like soft and small. He's got a lot fewer steps to
Dude,
get to.
I gotta figure out how I
To.
saw something. I saw a clip. Emerald Lagasse, the chef,
Yeah.
he has a show or something he's doing now that's like the better version of Bert Kreischer's cooking show, where it's like
Yeah.
he has somebody come in and then he prepares a meal for them in
Yeah.
front of them, and the whole time he's talking about the food he's cooking and all that.
Yeah. And
And
he's
dude, I
going
saw-
bam. And he's has
Yeah,
to go 5 bams, bam, bam, bam.
Well,
bam,
it's a
bam.
little more dialed down than because like his live show back.
He
in the
doesn't
day
do
when-
bam or damn anymore with
He
the
does,
Costco
but
kids.
when he was his show from fucking 25 years ago,
Yeah.
that was in front of a live audience, like a studio audience. So he was very much more animated on that. That was where you
Yeah.
get a bam, kick it up a notch.
Yeah.
This show is just him in a kitchen with another person and a camera. So he's a little more dialed down. You know, it's a lower energy to meet that format.
Yeah.
But he'll still say, you know, if you really want to kick it up a notch, you know, bam. But it's not as, you know, performative.
It doesn't have the oomph that it
But
used to have.
dude, I saw something where he was like, you know, he's got whoever his guest is, he's making food for.
Yeah.
And I suppose this was it looked like it was a black trans woman.
Yeah.
Who must have like just figured out they're trans. I don't know, because it was just like, you know, they were like, "Oh, Emerald, you know I'm hungry." I was just like,
we have a woman like that at the casino that's a pit boss, and it just looks like a giant fat man with long hair that shaves, and you want to be there with them, but you just can't, because it's a very, you know, New Hampshire is just very open. It's just not government enforced stuff. So we do have quite a few people here that are transitioning, and some people are doing it better than others. Let's just say. I will say though, Dalton, maybe because you're looking for biological men that look like women, right? That you're noticing this Asian African thing. But if you were looking for women that look like men that have vaginas, you might want to search the African American
don't.
section for a man with a vagina.
Yeah.
You know, like go the Lemaire route.
I wonder what is this cooking show that Emerald is. It just? I wonder if it's just for his YouTube channel. I don't know. It popped up on TikTok the other night. It's something he's doing now. That's like, it's really good, dude. I just like watched a ton of these on TikTok. I don't know what the show is, but it's really good. I love watching cooking stuff.
I'm off the dating apps, but I was on this dating app called Feld, Feeld, and it's an alternative lifestyle dating app. So I met tons of very interesting individuals on that app. People into ethical non-monogamy and stuff. But I had met 2 men that reached out to me.
Yeah.
That wanted to go on a date that were originally biological females that are now men. And so they were talking to me as a couple, because couples will be on this too. And I was like, is this a life hack? Because I could go have a threesome that would involve 2 vaginas if I can get past the fact that they have mustaches.
You
Did I just life hack this?
No, you fundamentally misunderstand what even trans is, dude. Those are dudes with pussies, which is a man. Like, I would much rather.
I like vagina. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
to
but
you.
you just don't even.
Some people are saying it's great. Vagina's great. Lots of people.
Don't even go near trans. You just shouldn't even try with the trans. You don't understand what it is.
That they're not wounds. These are biological vaginas on people
But
that have grown mustaches.
Those are men with vaginas. That's
life hack, guys. If you want to hook up with 2 vaginas,
you don't understand You have no clue what you're talking about.
I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to be open here. I'm just saying, like,
A trans woman.
I don't want to have a threesome that involves 3 penises, right?
But if it's trans,
But I do
women,
want to have a
it's just
threesome that's
women with
my penis and
penises.
2 vaginas. And like Greek women have mustaches sometimes. So I was like, maybe I can make this work. Maybe I'm progressive.
No, you're talking about men with vaginas. So it's like these are men who have like, these are trans men. So they're making every effort to be men. These are men. A trans woman is a beautiful, delicate lady with a penis and testicles. But that's like, you got I don't want to get into all this right now. We got to wrap up soon. I'm just saying, you're too focused. You're too hung up on the genitals. You're too distracted by genitals. You're like, oh,
it's definitely a sales talking point for me, Dalton.
A penis and a vagina and all that. And it's like, no. The genitals make not the gender. So when you're talking about a trans woman who has a beautiful penis and testicles, she's a woman with a penis and so it's like that's,
I'm talking about a couple of tomboys.
No, you're talking about 2 men with. Now, if you want to be gay and fuck a man with a pussy, that's fine. But that's
maybe that's what I am, dude.
You're not having sex. You're not having sex with just like.
Gonna have beautiful gay sex with these two trans men.
Yeah, you're having gay sex with trans men.
Yeah,
I'm having heterosexual sex, sucking my girlfriend's cock. I'm
gay with these 2. Maybe, and then maybe we'll play Xbox after I eat their box out, dude. I'm gonna lick their little clitoris and call it a penis. Or, I'm just being progressive, Dalton. I think it's you guys.
You're not. You're actually. This is just a total. You just don't even understand what you're talking about. You're so out of your depth here. You have no idea what you're even saying. You're saying, these are just tomboys or whatever. No, these are men with vaginas.
Okay, well, maybe I'm gay. Maybe I'm gay then, because I was talking to a couple of men on Feld, and they're making some interesting points.
You're gonna go over there to and have gay sex with a man's pussy, and then you're gonna be looking at me with a beautiful woman's cock in my mouth, and you're gonna realize the mistake that you made.
Yeah, maybe I will, but. Dude, I was hoping that you would support me through my exploration. Into progressive lifestyle.
I support you. You need to understand what it is you're actually even talking about. These are not tomboys. These are men with vaginas, and that's the show, folks.
I thought they were handsome. Handsome, lovely men. Petite, handsome.
A couple of dandies, a couple of gentlemen.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a beard like this, it's like a little mustache ain't gonna be a deterrent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's thank you everyone for tuning in.
That man from Juneau,
Elliot Page.
Elliot Page can get it. I think that.
Hold on. Yeah, Elliot Page is a very dapper gentleman.
Yeah.
Apologies to Nibs. Hold me to this. Come back tomorrow or whenever.
Whoa.
Nibs,
hey, sorry, Pandatron. He doesn't know any better.
And Robbie's third cousin had a request we didn't get to, and then Hiyachi had this request. So y'all just sorry I didn't get to the. Thank you for the money, but I didn't get to I wasn't able to play these because we got two. We're having a good time. But just come back, and I will honor whatever you want whenever you come back.
Let's do a prayer, and then you can get some rest. we can end early.
All right,
we can do a prayer and end early.
Everybody, bow your heads. Father God, thank you for another blessed evening in which we get together and share in each other's company. Thank you for bringing all of us together and for this. Bountiful existence we get to have on this earth. Any day above ground is quite the bounty. We pray for the please ease the suffering as we head into economic turmoil. We just want everybody to be able to keep their families fed, and for all of us to find peace and joy in one another's as we try to navigate through the life on this earth. And it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Jesus Christ is my nigga.
You got. Hey, please subscribe to the Patreon, everybody. I do need to update the audio feeds for all of the corn-fed stuff. The audio for Crowder Boys is up to date. So yeah, that's another thing I gotta be better about. But hey, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt, patreon.com/the Crowder Boys, all the everything here at the network. And that's good night, everyone. I love you. Please be safe. Thank you for tuning in. Good night.
Good night, everybody.